Peggy 16.
Your brother was lost thanks to the deceit and treachery of your enemies. Now, the weight of your bloodline lies on your shoulders. Be thankful to your enemies, for they teach you the ways to power. You must learn the ways of commerce and combat, but never fight with swords when a dagger will do. Keep your enemies close. The first step in avoiding the trap is knowing it is there. Real strategy requires cunning. Remember that, and your dynasty will rule this land through the ages.
All right. Well, it is Thursday night, isn't it? I think it is. Let's see. Yeah, it is Thursday night. Stream night. You can take it to the bank. Don't y'all rush into once now. So, look what I have up to play tonight. Crusader Kings 3. It's been a long time. This is there's a dual reason, or multiple reasons, why this is my go-to this week that I wanted to play. And one is, well, I feel like Brad's put up with a lot of games that he doesn't like to see. And this is actually a game that Brad gifted to me a couple of years ago. Brad is very enthusiastic about this game, and I know he's always indicated that he'd like to see me stream more of it. So this is a win for Brad. Brad's earned it. He stuck with me through a lot of games, a lot of excellent games that he hates. But now it's time to give back. And hello, EV23, first in the chat. EV23, best EV in the internet. How you doing, Evie? I'm doing good. What else? What can I say about myself? It's been a busy week. I've still been training, like all day, every day. So I've been talking all day, every day. So I'm like tired. Like this morning, before I even went to work, I almost was like, I just am not going to do stream today. I'm too tired. James got the job. Oh, congratulations, James. I'm very happy to hear that. Kudos to James for getting the job. And your brother got a cat, and she's really cute. That's cool. That's more exciting than your sister catching a lizard. My brother got a cat, because at least the cat is like they get to keep, you know? Usually you don't keep the lizard. But just thought, I look for any opportunity to bring up the lizard, you know? the golden lizard. That's cool your brother got a cat. But yeah, so Crusader Kings 3. And look, Mega EV7. Well, the room is just stacked full of EVs. Mega EV7, that is the best one on the internet, but he's okay. How's that? Wait, I don't know. Maybe I feel bad now, because only EV23 should get the song. Nice, you'll have Fridays off for most of the summer, so you can stay up late on Thursdays. Did you demand that as a condition of hiring? You're like, look, I want to work for you and all, but there's some things I'm going to need. First off, I need Fridays off. I got plans Thursday nights, and you can fuck off if you're going to interfere with that, but making me wake up early on Friday morning. So, That's cool, James. I'm glad to hear that. So yeah, Crusader Kings 3. So I played a ton of Crusader Kings 2 over the years, and they kept adding more expansions, and it got better and better and better, and more advanced, more stuff in it. It was good. And then Crusader Kings 3 came out, and it changed some very fundamental things in a very good way. It has a really cool, like the base game is really cool, but it didn't have hardly the bells and whistles. And after I played it for 20 or 30 hours, my opinion was like, oh, like the same events kept coming up over and over and over again, and I was like, they need some DLC to pad this thing out. And then I'll jump back into it again. Well, flash forward 3 years later, they've been a little slow with the pandemic and everything on their DLC releases, but they came out with a DLC like 2 years ago, and I kept waiting for it to get cheap, and it never really did. And then they came out with a new one in the last couple weeks. The last one was like, it adds a royal courtroom, and a lot of people are like, yeah, it's good, but it's not worth like what they're charging for it. This new one that came out is supposed to be, like, everyone's saying it's really good. So I got excited about Crusader Kings 3 again. And they had a sale on all the expansions. So I was like, all right, it's time. It's time to make my move. All right, let's see what's going on here. Oh, well, you'll have to go to bed at the very beginning of stream once Free Fridays end? Okay, now I'm seeing back what you said is, yeah, Friday's off for most of the summer. Okay, now I see what's going on. Evos? What? What's that mean? It's Evos. Oh no, you were sweating like crazy at work and you finally cooled down? Or they have you stacking boxes or something? I know when I worked retail, there were days that I had to do things where I'd end up like extremely physically overtaxed. Evos is evolution. Let's see, what did he say? Oh, okay, never mind. I see you were talking about an event to Evie. So, all right, carry on. Look at that, Brad. Brad's here. Brad saying, what a time to be alive. You missed the intro when I said basically, I feel like I've made Brad sit through a lot of games that he doesn't. A lot of very excellent games that he hates. And that Brad needs some wins. So I think you got a good game last week, but not good gameplay. But still, I think it was I think the Shadows of Doubt, I'm going to revisit that when it's further into development. Because that literally just released into early access like 2 weeks ago. But I probably played about 20-25 hours of Shadows of Doubt, and I think I got as much out of it as I felt like I wanted to for its initial launch. But I know it is confusing with two EVs, and especially when it's Evo. And I thought maybe you were like, wait, are you coming up with a nickname for yourself that I missed? You're like, it's not. I know it says Mega Eevee, but I want you to call me Evo from now on. It's like, all right. Top stock pets and chemicals going up and down the ladder. There you go. There's your workout for you. So, and it's really not that confusing with two EVs, but it's a little, when you have the two EVs coming at the same time and then talking to each other, probably about EV related stuff, like Pokemon, I don't know. And hello, Jeff. How you doing, man? Wait, who are you asking if they took their trip yet? I can't remember. We went out of town last week and visited family for Mother's Day. We took that trip. And we're gonna go camping, not this weekend, but the next weekend. So that always when we're leaving on Friday to camp, that always opens the possibility that, just to prepare you all in advance, there's a possibility when the Thursday rolls around, I'll be like getting ready for camping. Because typically what we do is I work an extra hour Monday through Thursday, so I work longer days, and then we take I take a half day on Friday, and Mrs. G Law is literally like circling my work desk like a shark as the end of my workday counts down to the end. So that literally as soon as my work ends, I'm like, we're rushed down, packing our last things into the car and on the road. So it's generational struggle for power out here. Oh, also, it's hot. It is hot too. I'll grant you that. Yeah, show me a picture of your brother's cat. I would say when Evie came in and said her brother got a cat, I was like, this is like very much like my sister caught a lizard, you know? Oh no, what's this about? I got an anonymous request to start my stream early and possibly eat some cashews as violently as possible. I'm not going to say who made the suggestion, but let's just say it's a friend of the stream. My sibling obtained an animal. Yeah, thanks, Nick. Hey, how you doing, man? My sibling obtained an animal. I love it. So yeah, there's a lot going on, and that also means we're officially getting into camping season. Although it's so far we don't have as many camping trips booked. Last year I got a little fatigued of the camping trips because we were going almost every other weekend for a bit, and I was like, I need more breaks in between. Need more time. So a little more spread out, and I don't even know if we've got any camping booked for like the late summer, like August onward. I don't think we have any. So, but I'm looking forward to camping again, getting back into camping season. I ate nothing but Huel all season. Yep, I had Huel for breakfast. You know what it tastes like? Actually, now that I'm using real strawberries, it actually tastes like strawberries. Less like Captain Crunch and more like actual strawberries. But right now I'm having, you know, little Taco Bell. Well, at least this is a few hours old at this point, but so Brad, did you see? Brad, you have Crusader Kings 3, right? They just came out with a new DLC with like called Knights and Tournaments or Jousting, I don't know. It's something about like big events and traveling and all this stuff. It's supposed to be pretty sweet. So, and there's sales on all the expansions, which I hadn't bought. Everyone said Royal Court is okay, but it wasn't worth $30. But I also kept not playing Crusader Kings 3 because I didn't have the expansions, and I always felt like when I first played it, I liked it, but I felt like they needed more content. So that's why I sort of held up on it. And I started getting the itch again, and then I was like, and the new expansion came, and there was a sale. So I just said F it, and I bought it, and I bought all the expansions. So yeah, weddings and jousts and whatnot. I think what they liked about it too was it introduces like a travel mechanic into the game where your characters actually have to go out into the world and travel to these things, which creates the possibilities for all sorts of new events to happen, which also does sound cool too. So needless to say, I'll be wandering into this on stream pretty much like I don't remember really how to play this game, and then there's 2 expansions worth of stuff that I have no idea exactly how they work. So it's going to be a good time, you know. It's going to be great. Everyone's going to love watching me squint. In fact, because I'm playing this at 1440p, I might have to switch to my super thick glasses. This is the one that makes my eyes look all buggy. I don't know if you can see it, but these are the thick glasses. I may have to move closer to the computer and wear my thick glasses. Okay, so you know what? It's not true that all I eat is Huel, Jeff. In fact, I didn't want to tease anybody, but I do have a burrito. I had Taco Bell today. It was the Thursday tradition. As we've established with my wife, I have a contractual obligation to have at least one Taco Bell meal per week. Usually that is on Thursdays. So I got my Mexican pizza meal with my bonus burritos to eat later. I already ate one of the bonus burritos. But, well, that's the thing, is it's sort of like a Thursday tradition, but it's really not as firm. It's not taken to the bank like this is. It's just, it's a weekly tradition. It's a weekly guarantee for myself that happens to generally fall on Thursdays. But, you know. It's not like I've never missed a Thursday when it comes to Taco Bell. But with streaming, I've never missed a single one, right, Brad? Take it to the bank. All right, gonna check Twitter now. Got to check the Twitter. Oh, get the kitty. And in one picture, it's sleeping. And it's playing with a frog. Is it a kitten? It looks young. But it doesn't look like itty. It has that youthful energy about it. Let's see, I had tacos yesterday. Yeah, I did. I had tacos yesterday. That meal service that I get, Cook Unity, they have these really awesome pulled pork tacos. I get at least one of those every week. One of those meals. It's really good stuff. It's 6 months old. Okay, so that's pretty young. I don't think that's even full adult yet, but it's it'd be the equivalent of like a teenager, I think, when they're at 6 months, right? I want to say that's like 13 years old, 14. It's like the cat equivalent of a 13 or 14-year-old, where they've grown. They're sort of like approaching the size that they'll be as adults, but they're still like super spazzy and. You always miss G-Law? You say to myself, is today Thursday? And 85% of the time it isn't, so I can become sat home with tooth. That hurts my heart to hear that you go through that so much. Will I ever do a speed run? Probably not. I can't think of circumstances under which I would. There's no game that I play over, because to do a speed run, you got to play a game over and over again. And it's got to be a game that can be completed in a certain amount of time. And you have to, like, have an interest in playing it quickly. And that typically is... I mean, there are games that I keep going back to, but I don't beat them over and over again. I start them over and over again. I start and I play the first 10% over and over again. Is there a speedrun version of that? Where you start... How many times can you start a game without finishing it? That is what I excel in doing. Yeah, I'll pull a Radiant speedrun. There you go. AJ Max, it can do 360, no scope? I don't think I can. Well, what's a 360? I mean, I know what a 360 you turn around. Is that a... Sounds like a skateboarding thing, except where does the scope come into it? G-Lot only does slow runs. I think that's fair to say. You want to see me do a... Well, the thing is... I think a slow run even still implies that you finish the game. And that often is not the case either. Although I'm still plugging my way through Midnight Suns. I played a little bit of Midnight Suns this week. I think I played an hour or two, like 2 or 3 nights this week. But I'm really struggling. I'm really struggling not to just put it down. Because while I still like kind of enjoy it, it's like I'm burnt out of that. Like, you talk to the people, you upgrade your ability, and then you go to a combat that takes an hour. Then you talk to everybody, you upgrade your abilities, you pet the dog, then you go and do a combat that takes about an hour. And it's like, it's still, every individual thing is fun, but it's like, I'm 125 hours into the fucking thing. Well, part of that is probably times when I had it open and I wasn't playing it. But still, you know. I don't know. It feels like that's what happens. It feels like it takes an hour. It feels like everything takes a long time. And in the moment, I'm not sitting there going, God damn, this is taking forever. But then in the aggregate, I'll be like, damn, I played for 3 hours and like, I don't feel like I did shit. But I get sidetracked. I'll go out looking for herbs, and then I'll go like, oh, are there... Hey, there's some treasure chests that have respawned. I gotta go find them. And... Well, if you watch me play it, it probably takes an hour, but that's because that's how I stream games. You beat a few games? Oh, your hubby asked if you finished any games on stream. And laughed. I have finished games on stream. I don't remember which ones, but now I feel like I have to look. I did. There aren't many, and there are a lot of games that I've played. Not a lot. No, I take it back. But there are several games that I've played on stream, and I usually do most of the game playing off stream. So there are games that I've played on stream that I've beat, but I didn't beat them on stream. Like, beating games on stream is a rarity. It only happens in October. Once in a great while. Yeah, I was gonna see. Yeah, Max said that Halloween stream you finished that one game. I'm trying to think that, because in October, that's when I tend to play games that aren't 200 hours long that I'll never finish. The abused baby game, are you talking about the one with the baby inside the jug that you go around when you play Norman Reedus? That was one of the games I was specifically thinking of. I don't think I beat that on stream. I don't think I did I? I know I played it until I beat it, because I got super into it. And I streamed it, but I don't think I streamed it while I beat it. You only beat games with masturbatorians. It's true, like I did beat Subnautica. Although, in the Subnautica Below Zero, I think I had a masturbatorium in there. And I didn't beat that. Maybe I didn't build a masturbatorium. Maybe that was the problem. I can't remember doing one. Well, yeah, and you know one of the problems I have too is I really like big games that have hundreds of hours of gameplay, but I'm never interested in a game long enough to get to the end when it's like that. And I also like a lot of games that are sandboxes that don't even have an end. Like, one of my most played games is Project Zomboid. You can't win Project Zomboid. You just play it forever until you get bored. A lot of these sandboxy games are kind of like that. X4. I was very tempted to play X4. Okay, I had some, like, weird possible games that I wanted to play tonight. And I almost did a poll, but then I'm like, no, I think I'm going to do Crusader Kings. But if I'm playing Crusader Kings and I'm like, this is too much thinking, I can't fucking do it, I may switch gears, you never know. I was thinking about playing X4 with the Star Wars mod. Because even though that might be boring as hell to watch, it also is like, it's like 4 hours in Riften style of game, I think. So, it does, to me, it has some streaming advantages, and that it doesn't demand me to really do anything a lot of the time. Unless I want to. I almost thought about playing Hitman. I've been getting the itch to play Hitman again. I never beat Hitman. And I always like Hitman, and I don't know why I never beat Hitman. And I have Hitman 1 and Hitman 2, and I think I have access to Hitman 3 on Game Pass. But, like, I've been thinking about Hitman enough that I reinstalled it recently, but I haven't launched it yet. How many of you guys liked watching me play Hitman? I think I streamed it a couple times. But I can't remember if people were like, oh, fuck, yeah, that's a fun game to watch, or if it's just like, whatever. Or, if in Brad's case, probably, I fucking hated it. Don't play that piece of shit, Hitman. Open. But now I'm going to look through my past live streams. Yeah, did V-Rising, did they already do the update with the next area? I know that they either just did or very soon will be doing a big update to unlock another region in V-Rising. Hitman is better than X4, but not at all appealing. Okay. Well, it's probably a good thing that I went through Crusader Kings. Let's see. Now I'm looking. No, I didn't beat that. I almost beat Soma on stream, but then I didn't finish it. I beat the convenience store. Remember the convenience store, guys? I played the convenience store during October. I beat that. I didn't beat Stellaris. I didn't beat Guild Wars 2. I didn't beat Red Dead Redemption. I'm looking through all the games I didn't beat. I didn't beat Bravely Default 2. I streamed quite a bit of Bravely Default 2. That's right, Brad does hate the cock. But that is the advantage of using the, playing X4 with the Star Wars mod. No cock. So we wouldn't at least have to deal with that. I beat golf and baseball, that's true. If you consider finishing a game beating it. I finished an individual match, you know. That's true. As soon as I said the convenience store, I remembered that you were pushing me for me to play and get all the endings, which I didn't do. I didn't beat Star Trek Online on stream. Did I actually stream Star Trek Online? Alright, hold on. Now I've got to come over here. Let me see. Star Trek Online. I forgot that I streamed this.
Game.
But yeah, I totally did.
I'm a little disappointed in their...
Star Trek is one of those games that I get real hyped about once every year or two. And then I play it and I'm like super enthusiastic about it for about 7 hours. And then I never play it again. And then I think I should get back and play Star Wars. Or Star Trek Online. I think it's only possible like in the same way that you could say that you beat World of Warcraft. Like I think you can get to the end game and have beaten all the content, but there's like, you know, whatever all the different grinds that you can basically get on a treadmill and play indefinitely. Speaking of World of Warcraft, that's another game that I almost started playing. And by the way, hello Keith, I see you. Animal Lawyer, aka Keith, I see you there. There's like there's an offer to give 7 days of World of Warcraft free on the table and that has to be redeemed in May. And then I looked and World of Warcraft had like 50 or 60% off their latest expansion. And I'm 2 expansions behind. So for me, that was $29.99 for 2 that got me like 2 new expansions worth of content. So I actually the other day bought the new World of Warcraft expansion. But I didn't reactivate my sub. But there's a very real possibility that sometime in the next 2 weeks I'm going to play World of Warcraft again. I just wasn't, you know. And if I don't, I don't. I mean, if I want to play it, I'll sub. But the fact that they're offering 7 free days right now is like almost jumped into it this week. It was very tempting, but I wasn't having that oh fuck I got to play WoW feeling, you know. You should play Star Wars: The Old Republic over STO. I did play that. I streamed that at some point, didn't I? I know I played that within the last year. Pretty sure I streamed it. Katamari Damacy I've beaten multiple times on stream. There's V Rising. There's no beating V Rising. Lord of the Rings Online I never beat. Daggerfall I never beat. Pool of Radiance I never beat. Lost Mine of Phandelver. Oh, War Tales is another one I've been eyeing again because War Tales finally in the last few weeks or month or two, it came into full release. So War Tales is complete now. And I was enjoying that before. I did get a little tired of the grind, but I was enjoying it. And now it is a complete game. So that's on my radar. No, I didn't meet the Lost Mines of Phandelver, Brad. Sorry. I say it. I'm sorry, Brad. I'm sorry I didn't. Then I didn't beat Elden Scrolls. Yeah, look at me.
Oh, it's too far. And where you get around him and you continue. I haven't fought him.
Look at
I haven't
that.
beat him. No,
Look
I
at
shouldn't
that
say I
guy.
haven't fought him. I probably fought him like 20 or 30 times and died each time. And so, you know, we were talking about this a little bit last week. It's like how much content can you skip before you're just ruining the game experience because all of a sudden you don't have the requisite skill to fight anything.
Look at, I could
But at
now,
the same time,
this
you're
is,
gaining.
hold on, I'm going to turn that
you can
down a
gain
little bit.
levels and.
This is when I can tell that I've lost weight. Because from day to day, I still look in the mirror and I go, I haven't lost that much weight. But look at that. Holy shit, I did lose weight. All right. This so that makes me feel encouraged to look and be like, holy shit. Like, that's because I keep thinking, yeah, at this point, I've lost 30 pounds. But I keep thinking like, but I had a lot to lose. So proportionally speaking, it's not that dramatic, but it kind of is now that I'm looking at myself talking last year. And it's a big fucking difference. Anyways, so no, I'm surprised myself with just looking at myself going, God damn, yeah, I was fat. Like, I was a lot fatter. I was still fat, but I was a lot fatter a year ago. So anyway. But yeah, remember Elden Scrolls, guys? I didn't beat Elden Scrolls. You're down 12 pounds? You'd gained weight and was only down 8 pounds. Sweet, all right. I've definitely gained more, yeah. In fact, when was this? Do I have a date on this? March 10. So this was all, just over a year ago. I've definitely got more grays this year. So, although, let me see. Right? Is this the... I'm getting confused. Yeah. Yeah, this is... I get confused which side is my... Yeah. It's I'm definitely like the whole side, because before I always had like the gray patch, and then a lot of it was not gray, and now it's like I've got like a lot of gray going through all of it. The gray is not as prominent in my hair up here. You can't see it as much, but there's like the pattern goes up through into my hair. Like, I'll bet you a year from now, I'm going to have like a full on like white strip on top of my hair. But yeah, no, I am. And just in related news to my weight loss journey, I have still been slowly and incrementally losing weight. So I've been averaging for the past few weeks, it's been like 0.8 pounds a week. It's not like I'm not shedding weight dramatically, but I'm shedding weight steadily, which I'm happy to do that, because I'm not, I'm exercising, but I'm doing stuff that I'm enjoying, and I'm watching my diet, but I'm still eating food that I enjoy and letting myself have the treat foods that I want. I'm just doing it in a controlled manner. And so it's like things are really working for me on that. And if I can do that and be just steadily just losing weight, that's good, because I found what I consider to be a sustainable lifestyle, as opposed to like someone's like, I'm going to eat nothing but tomatoes for 6 months. And it's like, so what if they lose 150 pounds or whatever in 6 months because all they ate were tomatoes? And then it comes to the time where it's like, thank God I lost the weight. It's time for me to not eat only tomatoes anymore. And then it's like they don't know how to not eat like an asshole if all they did was just eat tomatoes for 6 months. Like, they just learned, if I only eat tomatoes, I won't be fat anymore, right? I bring that up because there was a guy that I knew who, that's basically what he did, is he ate tomato soup. And it was just like, I think it looked like it was just water and tomatoes. Maybe he had some herbs in there. It was just homemade tomato soup. And it was literally water with chunks of tomatoes, like stewed tomatoes. And that was his thing. And this guy, this is a while back, but this guy was in his 50s and he had high blood pressure. Like, he was worried about his health. So he was like, it's time he wanted to take some kind of, severe measures to lose weight and get in shape. And I just remember thinking like, you're not going to eat tomato soup for the rest of your life, Nature's fuel. uh, but yeah, I mean that's the thing too is I've lost weight before too by engaging in diets that were just. I knew it's not like I could hang or I would not want to live that way for the rest of my life. Like I know I did diets where I was keeping my daily calorie. It was all calorie counting, and I kept my daily calorie intake under 1,200 calories. And fuck yeah, I lost weight. But it's like I felt hungry all the time. My stomach was gnawing all the time, and I was just like, it was fucking miserable. It's like I just like I couldn't do that for the rest of my life. It's sort of like, oh, you're just gonna do this thing and drop some weight and then stop. But it's like, mm, you got some gray hairs too going, Evie. Matus, you started going gray 27. You thought you'd look like Steve Martin. It's been a few years since I met you, Matus, but my recollection is like, yeah, you had gray hair, but like a young face. Like you were almost someone where it'd be hard to place exactly how old you were. I think I just assumed you were around my age, but yeah, you definitely you had the graying going on. God, I feel terrible if it turns out you were 29, and I'm like, yeah, I thought you were like, I think I was 44, 45 at the time. So look at all this Project Zomboid I played, guys. And now you're a withered raisin. Well, you've been put through the ringer too. It sounds like with that job I don't know if you still have that same exact job, but I know since I met you, you got that job where it just sounds like they ran you through the goddamn ringer. You're working like 80-hour weeks and shit. All right, Project Zomboid, Final Fantasy VII Remake I never beat. Let's see, what else did I never beat? Then there was just random games. What did I play? What did I play when I played the random games? Inquiring minds want to know. 80 hours were light weeks? Okay, fuck that, dude. And would you say that was, that you became a withered raisin because you were working 100-hour weeks? I think that would kill me, dude. I couldn't do it. I fucking couldn't do it. Yeah, look, I was playing this game. I forget what it's called, but I played it and I think I played something else. That was Dead Cells, was that game. And then it looked like I played the House Flipper. All right. Yeah, but I can't just hover over. If you hover over any random spot, you're gonna. Wow, this was all. Oh, this was just 7 minutes. Never mind. That wasn't even a whole full stream. That thing must have crashed. Let's see what I play here. Oh! Empyrean Galactic Survival. Okay. But yeah, holy, look at that look at that chubby boy. Yeah, I've lost some weight for sure. You and Nick both like House Flipper? You know what, too? And Nick got me that expansion. I think I played the expansion on that stream. But I haven't played House Flipper since. Let's see, what else? What I play on this one? Are we having fun watching what I play? Hey, it was that Hobo Tough Life. I kept meaning to go back to that one. And now there's a new, let's call like homeless simulator. There's another game where you play a homeless person. Just came out recently. I did not beat Hobo Tough Life. I think there were some elements of it that frustrated me. Like, it was not easy. It was really kind of a brutal game. I guess it lived up to its name of the hobo tough life, you know? I like my my thumbnail for this one. Oh, look, house. I did the house flipper here. What else did I? I think, is this where I... Oh, yeah, that game. You played... I think you played some of this, didn't you, Brad? With the cartoon characters? I had, Joss, Dark Jake, Gun Kid, Brad Pritchard, Alali. There's EV23 right there. You're all getting gray. Wildermyth. There you go. Hey, I remember you streamed a little bit of it. Did you play a ton of it? I didn't know you played a lot of it. I know you played it. This one is a game that you could sort of beat. I think I beat like the first campaign, and then there were multiple campaigns, and I started playing the second one. Because this, I think this Brad Pritchard that was in this campaign was a legacy character from my previous campaign. You can do it multiplayer? You play some with people? Is that what you mean? Oh, if I'm remembering right, I don't remember there being a multiplayer aspect, but I don't pay attention to that kind of shit anyways. Let's see. Resident Evil 2 remake I never beat. That's a little disappointing because that's a kind of game that's not 200 hours long. I'm not always in the mood for scary games, but I should go back and finish that maybe this October because I actually was enjoying that game. And I don't think it's a game that's like super duper long either. Oh, it is designed for multiplayer. Totally off my radar. That was even a thing. There's my spooky Skyrim stream. Remember when I played spooky Skyrim? Power Wash Simulator? I actually turned off my Game Pass access. So, because I found that generally I wasn't playing it. Hey, look, it's Spork. Remember Spork? Man, why is it taking so long to load everything? And I turned him into... Did I make him a vampire? Was he Vampire Spork for October? Oh, I gave him the goatee, so he was like Evil Spork. All right. Never beat Skyrim on stream, though I did beat it in real life. Never beat Psychonauts. I got tired of Psychonauts pretty quick. That platformy gameplay really wears thin quick on me. I never beat Minecraft. I never beat Yakuza Like a Dragon. I don't think I beat this on stream. We can now look, though. Because maybe I did. Now we'll find out that if I beat Death Stranding on stream. A new YouTube algorithm punishes you for streaming your own VODs. Oh shit, do you think my viewer count is going to go down? Do you think I'm going to lose, like, I'm not going to, my channel's growth is going to go down by 15%. No, I don't think I was near. I'm screwed now. What makes you an algorithm that makes your videos buffer? Is that real? That sounds like a made up thing. So yeah, I was getting near the end here for sure, but this was not the end. But yeah, I think I probably beat that game a few days after the stream. Let's see, never beat Immortal. Now I'm remembering all these cool games that I have that I had never beaten. Immortal Phoenix Rising. I never beat Subnautica Below Zero. I never beat Hard Space Shipbreaker. I didn't get the impression that people were that excited about that. But oh, good night, Meggy EV7. He just wanted to say hi. And while he said hi, drop about 200 quick comments and then take off. Gotta go, guys. All right. See you later, Maggie EV7. Hey, remember Octopath Traveler? I think I got turned off from this because someone came into that stream that's never been in my streams before, and I don't believe I've ever seen them since. And they were obsessed with this game. And they would not stop talking, like just constantly flooding the chat with their Octopath Traveler knowledge. And I think it was to the point where I was like, yeah, if I keep playing that game, I don't think I want to stream it. Because there's certain games that draw like obsessed fans, and that seemed like one of them. Hey, look, Battle Brothers. Oh no, that was just the April Fools. That was my April Fools. Okay. I never beat Final Fantasy XIV on stream. After I beat Crusader Kings 3, I can pick up Octopath 2. Hey, that's a good plan. Maybe next week after I beat Crusader Kings 3, I'll do Octopath Traveler 2. I'm still waiting for them to finish Valheim. I think they added one more biome, but I'm like, at this point, I'm like, no, I want them to finish the fucking thing. And then I'm going to go back and start over. When they finished it, I'm going to go back and start Valheim over. But yeah, I've been getting tempted to play a lot of games. Final Fantasy XIV, like I seriously started getting the itch to try that again. Never beat Everspace. Here's the last time I played Crusader Kings 3. You reviewed Cats? No, I didn't. I didn't see it, Nick. See, when January 14th, 2021. So it's been almost 2.5 years. That was look at the two me's. Look at that. I've definitely, yeah, I'm still like, this is dumb for me to be so like, but I'm looking and I'm like, man, my face is fatter than. So full of life and cheeks. But yeah, that definitely less gray hairs. Do I look like I have more youthful energy back then? So full of life. Uh-oh, wait. So Jay Maxey, are we in a situation now where we have specifically a detractor for Crusader Kings 3? Because one of the motivations to play Crusader Kings 3 is because it's one of the 4 games in my library that Brad actually likes. Yeah, I don't know that it's the best game to stream, but I was like, I felt like playing it, jumping into it again. I didn't finish Assassin's Creed Black Flag on stream. I'm still full of life, but I was full of life then too. Yeah, it was, a couple years longer. Not baseball, but maybe a little baseball. Hey, there's when I actually played Battle Brothers. Death Stranding. Skyrim. Green Hell. Green Hell I beat. I didn't beat it on stream, though. Has it been that long since I played Kings of Amalur or Reckoning? Doesn't seem like it's been that long. That's a game I think about sometimes, too. Like I should jump and keep playing. I actually bought MechWarrior 5. It was on a deep sale. So now I have it. I feel like maybe you know what? I think you're right, Brad, because I think I played the original version on that stream, and then I got Re-Reckoning, the updated version, and I think I played that like last year sometime. You think about how to make me forget about it? I thought you liked Kingdoms of Amalur. Or unless you're responding to something else I said. Battle Brothers, for example, or MechWarrior. There's I played X4. Kingdom. Hey, remember when I played a whole bunch of Kingdom Come Deliverance? Never beat it. Although I felt like I was going to do it that time. Didn't you get it too, Brad? For some reason, I thought I remembered we both got it and we're playing it around the same time. But I could be just totally crazy. Enderal, I never beat. Kenshi, you can't really beat. Remember Kenshi, guys? Let's see. Didn't I have trying to find at one point I had all the characters, although it was Bard, and I think I named it Bard Pritchard. Oh no, I changed it to Brad Pritchard. There's Brad. I guess I thought I changed everybody's names, but I guess it wasn't on this one. All right, is it time for Crusader Kings right now, Brad? You actually liked watching me play Kenshi? I thought no one enjoyed watching me play Kenshi. I actually really like Kenshi.
I got this thing on. I got it cancel gameplay.
All right, let's do this. Everyone buckle up. We're going to play Crusader Kings 3. Hope you're all sitting down. Oh, it's Tours and Tournaments is the name of the expansion. It's like Zomboid, where you think I should go more wild. So you like Kenshi better than Zomboid? Is that what you just said? Is that what you... Would that sentence mean to communicate that message? Wow, you think Kenshi is way better than Zomboid? Objectively, or just the one I play it? Because I thought you actually had a fairly positive outlook on Zomboid, except just not the way I played it. All right, what's going on? Okay. Shit, I thought my PC crashed for a second. The game can take a while to initialize, so maybe... I hope it's just being a little bit of a weirdo. Kenshi is funnier. Zomboid is just a bunch of taking apart watches. The way that I play it. Okay. No, but removing the fact that the way I play it is boring for you. Well, I shouldn't make it like it's all on you, Brad. It probably is boring the way I play it, just in general. Because I've seen the way that like Nurse and other people play it, and they'll do like crazy challenges, and they're like constantly taking risks, and somehow they're constantly taking risks and not dying. Now the problem with me is, I'll do something that's barely risky at all and be dead. So that's like why I treat it almost like real life. Like if I'm doing a zombie apocalypse simulator in real life, I would be cautious as fuck the whole time. So, yeah, Kenshi does some fun stuff. It's got some good emergent storytelling sometimes. Like I actually do think I had someone doing like a run for the store, and they got beat up and captured by slavers, and so I had this whole phase of the game where I was trying to run the rest of my colony, but also figure out how to get like maybe it was just one or two people, how to get them away from the slavers. Yeah, there's a few fun, like interesting moments like that happen where it's like, okay, man, this is really interesting. And then I think for a while, then that person, they got away from the slavers and I got them back to us. But then they had the status of escaped slave, which is like a bunch of the factions look at as illegal. So I had to be very careful not to cross paths with a faction that would consider them like legal for me to have an escaped slave in my base or in my group. All right, initializing. I did choose resume game, I hope. It seems like if I initialize a new game, it takes for fucking ever. But then if I just said to resume the existing game. Because I haven't played a ton of this, but this morning before work, I actually did create my character. And I don't think I've even unpaused the game. But I created my character and just did some of the bait. Like when you first start the game, a bunch of notices pop up of things you need to do. Like you don't have an heir, you're unmarried, all this stuff. And so I was like, all right. So I looked and browsed the medieval Tinder, and I found like all the people that I could date. And I think I sent out a proposal. I don't think I got a response yet because I haven't unpaused. Hey, look at that. That's good though. There's this like this rousing music, Nick. Here we go. All right. So this is, well, can I get a bigger close-up on this guy? I am Petty King Lawrence of Munster. I thought there was a way that I can get a much bigger picture of myself, but apparently not. So, I am playing in Ireland like a small child, alright? So, I always play in Ireland, Brad, because I've never gotten far enough in this game to be considered good at it. I've only ever been a beginner. And Ireland is a great place for a beginner. And I'm Irish. I have an Irish background. So I created I know, Brad. Jesus, dude. Yes, I know I'm cautious in every game. But I also don't want to, like, if I play a game and there's a million things going on, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm going to stream while learning this game, where I'm like, I'm in the deep end of all the mechanics. There's every possible thing that you could have to deal with in the game, you were dealing with as soon as you press go. And then I'm going to stream it. And I'm telling you how that's going to go. Is nothing's going to get done. If I actually try to do it, something like that while I'm on stream, nothing will get done. I really prefer starting small and growing. I enjoy that progression rather than like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to play the Holy Roman Empire. And I've got 27 vassals. That 75% of them are trying to like rebel against you when you start the game, like that sort of shit. No, not interested. Oh right, I remember Angerman Land. I remember enjoying. I don't know why. I just enjoyed hearing you say Angerman Land. But yeah, so I've got House Hawk, Dynasty Hawk. He's Lawrence Hawk. His children shall be. The firstborn male of every generation shall be another Lawrence. Well, let's see. I gave him his traits. He's honest, which I feel like that's a good thing. Just, of course, he hungers for justice. But I balanced out some bad traits too. So I gave him calm because. This is spoiler alert, but sometimes when I name somebody Lawrence Hawk, he's standing in. That person is standing in for me. So this character sort of resembles like the medieval version of myself. So he's calm as opposed to like fiery and temper, lazy. Lazy's one of the, it's like where you have to balance the perks. If you're going to get something good and you want too many good things, you got to balance it with some bad things. So I'm like, lazy, that's good. That works for me. That's authentic. I mean, I wouldn't have to be working so hard to lose weight if I weren't overcoming 50 years of sedentary habits. The Beat Saber trait? No, that's how he has to overcome the lazy trait. See, because Beat Saber is kind of like when you're trying to get the kid to eat something you don't want to eat, they don't want to eat, and you're pretending that the spoon is an airplane. You're like, here comes the airplane, open your mouth. Beat Saber is that for me when it comes to exercise. All right? That's why it works. It's like, here comes, look it. Oh, cardio coming at. Oh, here comes the cardio. Lazy equals efficient. There we go. So, and then I gave him shy. Because I'm kind of like, I am a shy person. Sometimes it's weird because it depends on the context. Like I could talk someone's ear off, but in other contexts I can be very quiet and shy. So I was like, okay, it's like they're different levels. I didn't make him a recluse, but I gave him the shy. It's to reflect that he's like me. He's an introvert, but not a debilitating introvert. And an insightful thinker. That's his education trait. I made him a comfort eater, so that that gives him that actually improves his ability to get rid of stress. But it also I think it affects his stewardship, and it might have affected his appearance a little bit too. I'm not sure. I did give him homely, which made him a little more ugly. But that's something, he's a little overweight. That's something like, okay, I can relate to that. Like there's like the physical feeling like you just sort of got this physical. You're not like ugly, but you got this like physical stuff going on that people are like, oh, look, that guy's fat, And then intelligent costs a lot. That is like a super that's like a super good like key trait to have. So I was like, okay, I had to probably pick a lot of weaknesses because I chose intelligent. That gives you a bunch of different bonuses, and it is a congenital trait, which means that there is a chance that you'll pass it on to your kids. And even if your kids don't get it, they could be carrying the trait passively, so that like your grandchildren may end up having it, even if your direct child doesn't have it. I guess since you don't know about the new world, you can't make him a smoker. No, I was trying to think if the game gets to the point of New World, but I think the game ends in the 1400s. So yeah, they didn't smoke anything, did they, before tobacco was discovered? I was trying to think, in the Far East in Asia, were they smoking something over there? They smoke opium? I don't know. I mean, or did they back then? Yeah, you gotta pass on that intelligence through the congenitals. And then the last thing, I gave him weak. And again, that was like a minor thing, but it sort of like goes along with, yeah, you're a little bit lazy. And that's where I've spent most of my life, kind of like, hey, I'm a little bit lazy. I get tired easily because I'm fat. I was like, okay, we'll give him some of these negative traits that I can relate to, that my experience relates to. Although, at the moment, with all the exercise I've been doing, I'm actually building up. I'm noticing I'm building up some muscle. It's not like I go like this and my arms bulge, and you're gonna be like, oh shit, look it, he's built. But I could feel stuff going on in here that wasn't there before. It's like, oh, it's still like submerged in a layer of love, but it's like there's some like stuff in here. So, but that is a relatively new thing for me. Most of my life has just been like, oh, let me get that gallon of milk. I'm gonna pour myself some milk. Oh man, I need a nap after this. I pour the milk. So let's see. And then he doesn't have a wife yet, but because you don't have any prestige, you don't have a reputation or anything yet, I'm not in a good position to be like, I want to marry anyone that I want. So, and I don't have a lot of like reputation, like I'm a great king or an emperor or anything like that. I have no prestige built up, really, notably. So I'm not like, out there in the royal world, my guy's not somebody that every king wants to marry their daughter out to. So I found someone that had some decent traits. I think this woman also has the intelligent trait, which is a big deal. That'll, I think, increase the odds of our kids getting intelligence. And then she didn't have any like flat out bad traits, and she didn't hate me either, which is good, because a lot of people, when you're homely and weak and shy, a lot of apparently a lot of people they don't trip over themselves wanting to marry you. So, and that's another thing is I think by default they start you around 24, 25, and you can regain the point balance for the good traits by making yourself be older. So I'm like, okay, I'll make him be a bit older, make him be a bit chubby, a bit weak, a bit, all these things. And then also, like, your traits matter too. So if you, like, one thing I found is there were some good matches, but they had a trait that was the equivalent of, like, industrious. I forget what the word for the trait is, but it's considered the opposite of lazy. And so they especially didn't like me because they had this whole different, like, key trait to themselves that conflicted with my lazy trait. So it's tricky finding a spouse when you got, should marry a witch. Is that a thing? I can't remember if that's a thing. I know that there's like a whole bunch of different religions. Is there like a Wiccan religion? In Crusader Kings 2, one of the expansions actually introduced, I think, I want to say some witch came while my wife was pregnant, and I think I made some kind of like a devil's deal. I'm pretty sure I gave birth to the Antichrist. Like, all this crazy shit happened. That's the thing about where I was like, damn, Crusader Kings 2 ended up having some really wild shit. And that, because they had so many expansions, and I'm surprised they really, maybe it's the pandemic, but they really have not been releasing nearly as many expansions as I would have expected by now. I think maybe I would expect they released 2 major expansions. It came out in 2020. I would think at least they would have had 3 major expansions by now. But in this one, you can invent your own religions and shit. Let me see. What? Faiths. We're in the insular. It's like a rural version of Catholicism, but it's still Catholicism. So the witches are a real thing. They have covens. And you talk about in the game. But it's like an event thing? Oh, there's a holy site. Okay. Yeah, no, that's a good point, Jeff. That's like actually, because I found some good candidates, but they were people who like one of their traits would be chaste, CHSTE, and it like diminishes their ability to have children, the possibility of having children by like 50% or 30, some like crazy amount. And then also in this game, if you marry someone that's like over 30, there's a pretty reasonably good chance they're just never going to have kids. So they could, but if you're not catching somebody in their early 20s, like I think it even says, I looked something up and they said that after the age of 26 in this game, the ability to have children drops dramatically, like year by year after that. So here's some different, those are like Islamic faiths, the green down here. Orthodox. Now I'm curious about all the different religions. That's an organized faith. What? There's so much in this game too. Do they just have a list of religions that I can look at? Tangriism. We consider them evil. They consider us evil. It's like an unreformed steppe faith. They view their existence as sustained by Tengri, the eternal blue sky. Okay, so this is flat out. It's not just that we differ on like which page does the Bible really start on. These guys worship the goddamn sky. Okay, yeah, they're wrong. Okay. Okunusko? Now I'm just curious to look at all these religions. The veneration of nature and a profound respect for one's ancestors. Christians define Finno-Ugric paganism. So it's paganism. We consider them evil. They consider us evil. As it should be. A lot of people don't believe in the Bible and are religious. Who knew? But you know, when you live over here and everyone is Catholic, it's easy to just be like, oh yeah, we're vaguely aware that there's some heathens that live in far off lands. And then there are pockets of evil witches here that we, you know, but they better stay hidden and keep their mouths shut, or else we're going to put a fire on them. But yeah, there's a lot of, are these Christians Coptic? Oh yeah, it's an organized Christian faith. Uh-oh. They've got their own pope, though. That's a problem. So we consider them astray. And they consider us astray. If only they'd all get on the same page and believe the correct thing, which is what we believe. Which is the specific rural version of Catholicism that we follow. Insular Catholicism. A rural church that drifted away from the Roman Catholic Orthodoxy some centuries ago. Insular Christianity has lost many of its once distinct features at the assistance of its mother church, yet it retains a greater emphasis on penance and monasticism, and incorporates many traditional Celtic marriage customs foreign to wider Christendom. So they're basically, you know, they still like acknowledge the Pope in Rome as like their head of faith and everything, but they're just kind of like, yeah, we're doing it the country way, you know? The spaghetti monster in the ocean? Let's see. Yeah, there's some kind of a monster. There's several monsters. There could definitely be a spaghetti monster in the ocean. But I'm not seeing the witch. I don't know where the witches live, though. They're evil. They consider us evil. They believe in a horizontal world where men and beasts all live in clans, linked together through alliance or vengeance. Hunting is a core part of the equilibrium between taking and giving life. And with death, all souls travel downstream to reincarnate in the clan they lived in previously. Alright. Sounds like fun. There's a Muslim faith. You don't want to join that one? Don't worry, Brad. Where we live over here in Ireland, we basically, it's like the correct faith, but we're not crazy like the rest of the regular Catholics. They're all like, it's like they just don't know. You gotta, in the country, you gotta slow down and relax a little bit. Do some Celtic shit, you know? Yeah, the vertical sounds harder though, because then you gotta climb straight up. So that's a problem too. Find a gal that buys you Taco Bell. Hey, you know, I didn't even check for that. What's going on over here in Sweden? Unreformed Norse. Uh-oh. We consider them evil, and they consider us evil. Though it looks like someone's taking over their... All right. So I think in this region, actually, the person in charge of the country is Catholic, but his nation is Norse. Native faith of Scandinavian regions, the Norse paganism revolves around reverence to the gods. So yeah, that's Thor and Odin and all those fun people. Diagonal for glory. Yeah, James gets it. I'm noticing, what are these holy sites? Controlled by Catholicism. Controlled by Catholicism. Okay, and it's the reason it's hiding up because it's not controlled by our version of Christianity. So, I don't know, does rural faith have an interest in like global conquest of their religion? Maybe. Oh, this one is controlled by us. Hot damn. Although, let's see. I think we got a problem that my bishop doesn't like me. He doesn't like me because, okay, everyone at first doesn't like you. You get a -20 for short reign. So, that'll go away in time. He also has the ambitious trait, which for some reason causes, maybe he doesn't like me because I'm higher up. Oh, and he is deceitful. Okay, so I have the honest character trait. He has the deceitful character trait, which is like a deceitful bishop. Seems highly inappropriate. They should be honest and virtuous. Well, they're judgmental, but I don't have any traits that would be considered impious. Like, one thing that I would have frequently before have chosen for people to represent me is the cynical trait. And those people actively, like, all religious people are like, you fucking heathen. You have, like, critical thinking and you question things, you're gonna go to hell. But, anyways. Yeah, so, he doesn't like me. So, I'm gonna consider starting a scheme to just earn his thing. I'm still in this very beginning part. I can station a men-at-arms regiment? I don't even know what the fuck this is. Okay, you have a men-at-arms that you have not stationed. By stationing your regiments, you make them more powerful and better at fighting, which can be vital for winning battles. Let's station a regiment now. Click on one of your men-at-arms, marked on the text, unstationed. Alright, let's see. We got some pikemen. You can station one regiment of men-at-arms per holding in your domain. Oh. Alright, what else have I got? Bowmen, pikemen, mangonels, which is like catapults, and light footmen. Okay. All holdings are valid for every regiment type, but some give greater bonuses than others. Let's select a holding. Can I see what bonuses they take? Click the change station holding. See, this is where I'm like, it's enough that I'm starting with this super small thing because I'm just like, oh, let's see. I'm all reading the directions. I don't know what the fuck is going on. So let's select the holding the station, and then I click the change stationed holding button. Is that this? Yeah, it is. Ooh, okay. Look at that. Different holdings give different amount of bonuses, depending on which buildings you choose to construct. At this view, you can see how much better your men-at-arms regiment would become if stationed in a holding. This is actually pretty good here. They're pretty good here. Click on a green holding, which you think... Well, this one, I think, does give it the best bonus. It's now stationed. You can see how much better it became underneath the portrait. Alright, there it is. Remember to check in every now and then so that your regiments are stationed in the optimal holdings. This is especially important if you conquer or inherit new territories, or if you decide to specialize a holding with buildings such as bloomeries or small stables. I understand. All right. Should I can station a man-at-arms. So I'm going to keep stationing a few then. This is not tearing into my budget, I don't think, is it? Oh, unraised men-at-arms actually cost me money. All right, hold on. All right, so they're stationed there. What else have we got? The light footmen? Oh. Oh, I guess that's all I've got. Really? Oh, I guess... Okay, now I gotta figure out exactly what the fuck I own. I thought I owned all this shit, but I think I'm not directly in control of all of it. Is there a button to see what specifically I control? No, that's not. That's a different term for control. God, I'm already feeling like this was a mistake, Brad. Are you having fun watching me play this right now? Because I feel like this is it's probably painful to watch me like very slowly and painfully struggle to learn the basic mechanics of this game. I could always jump over to some X4 Star Wars mod. Where's Hobbiton? There's probably it wouldn't surprise me at all if this game, or at least Crusader Kings 2, had a Lord of the Rings total conversion. I know they've at least created, I don't know if 3 has it. Again, I know that Crusader Kings 2 very famously had a Game of Thrones mod. All right. So like just his basic shit where I'm like, what am I in control of? Domain. I'm the petty king of Munster. But I think I own all of this right now. No? Vassals? All right. So this is mine, but this is my vassal. So I actually I have direct control of these two. So Munster is my realm. It's considered a petty kingdom. And so as the king of Munster, which is just this duke, the Duke of Ormond, or I guess they're calling him an earl. Guess earl is another word for duke. I don't know how that shit works. Yep. Watch G-Law. Learn how to play Crusader Kings 3. Domain, succession, Confederate partition. Yeah, let's change that shit. What was it, the one that I want? Oldest tribe. I want primogeniture. I'm probably saying that wrong. But you know what I've discovered? I'm pretty sure that Confederate partition is the one that all babies love. All of your children when they're born, because Confederate partition is the succession law right now, and that means that all of your children inherit equally. So that means the firstborn's going to be pissed off, because like in a proper kingdom with proper succession laws, they get everything, and it's like the others only get like, if they get anything, it's just like this generous gesture, right? But under Confederate partition,
all the children, and it all gets split up equally amongst all the kids. And so everyone past the firstborn in a royal family with this succession law immediately is like their little baby face is there, and there's immediately like this positive opinion towards you because of the Confederate partition succession law. Yeah, well, that's where what is it? My guy's doing the council, board, courtiers, intrigue, faction, decisions, activities. God damn, everything is so confusing. It's gonna take me a while just to remember where the fuck to find all the information. Open the barber shop, see the memories. Lifestyle medicine focus. Here it is. All right, so you get to choose from 3 different focuses that you basically choose like skill trees for different things. So there's and lifestyle is just one of many. There's intrigue, stewardship, martial, and diplomacy. I took learning as my lifestyle focus, and then there's 3 subtrees: whole of body, which is basically medicine focused, scholarship focus, or theology focus. And I took the medicine focus, which one of the things that I already have unlocked is called restraint. And what restraint lets you do is that you can take the embrace celibacy and abandon celibacy decisions. Which means once I've got a good heir, I could basically have him turn the he's not gonna sorry, lady, join a nunnery, wife. You already gave me a male heir. Although I might have a second male heir. But I could turn off my winky, basically deactivate the winky once I've got the heir, so that I hopefully don't have to split my kingdom into a million pieces every time there's succession. You define judicial restraint? Honestly, at this point, I could not give you a formal definition of judicial restraint. But I don't know if that was a principle that got brought up in law school. Not that judicial restraint is a bad thing, but I don't think it's a legal principle. I think it's just like a thing that a judge exercises. Doctor, please deactivate my winky. Well, this is a restraint, which means presumably you're not doing anything surgical to his winky. He's just making a decision to just not use it to make more heirs. So let's see, what has he got? Anatomical studies. The court physician costs less to hire, and treatments have better outcomes. Wash your hands reduces chance of contracting illness, and your court has a reduced chance of illness. Iron constitution, more fertility, better disease resistance, basically boost that helps with your fertility and your health. Know thyself. So apparently, when death of natural causes is a year away, you'll receive a warning. So I'll be able to know. I mean, obviously, if you're going to die in battle, you're not going to see that coming. But if there's something, if I'm going to die of natural causes, because I have this medicine skill, I'm going to know when. I'm not going to be surprised by it. I'm going to see it coming a year ahead of time, so I can make whatever preparations I'm capable of before that happens. Hey, it's Ali! To use or not use the winky? That is the real question. And you know what? For most of the kings in medieval Europe, they're just like, use, of course. They're like, I don't know what keeps happening, but I keep having a great time, and then I keep having more kids. But my guy's like, actually, I've learned that if you could just learn not to have so great a time, you can avoid having quite so many children. I've discovered a correlation. So instead, I just read Chaucer. You should try it. Next time you want to have a great time, instead, just read Chaucer. You won't have a great time, but you also won't have another kid. You know? Plays WoW to avoid sexual encounters. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I use Chaucer as interchangeably with the medieval equivalent of WoW.
Yeah, you're right. Probably if you read Chaucer, you're just gonna end up getting horny. Chaucer. Oh, so steamy. Let's see. Mental resilience. So he has I forget how mental breaks work, but he's got a 3-year buffer between his mental breaks. Carefree, that he's reduced. So he's going to manage stress really well. On one hand, he's going to manage stress well because he's got the carefree perk. So it's 20% less stress gain. And then he's also a comfort eater. So when he does get stressed, he's able to make it go away faster through his comfort eating. Of course, he's a little fat and, you know, maybe it's a little harder to sell himself to the ladies. But he can comfort himself with that food. That's the important part. There's a mental bar. There's a bar for mental status in the bottom left of the main screen. Stress level. Is that it? I remember stress being a problem. Remember the Christian faith. Go to player character. All right, here's our faith. Monasticism. Courtiers can take vows and become a monk. Makes temperament a virtue. Makes gluttonous a sin. So these are... You can invent your own religion in this game if you want to. But all the religions come with these certain attributes. Vows of poverty. Rulers can decide to make a vow of poverty, reducing monthly tax income, but increasing monthly piety gain. So I guess if you're super rich and you got shitty piety, you can be like, you know what? I'm going to stop taxing people so much, and then the Pope's going to like me better, I guess. Right? New faiths that keep their old head of faith on creation. No, new faiths keep their old head of faith on creation. Christian faiths with ecumenism keep it on creation. I don't know what the hell half this shit means. Considers other faiths that share their head of faith to be astray. Uh-oh. So wait, does that mean I consider Catholics to be astray? I do. Uh-oh. There's some problems there. I'm like, look at this. It's not good when you consider all of this astray, and conversely, all of this considers you astray. And the person in charge of all of this probably also is Catholic, and therefore considers us astray. So note to self, if we get the chance to become Catholic, we should. We should just do it so we can be like everyone else and survive good. Oh, so many things here. Okay, so in our religion, sinful traits include lustful, gluttonous, deceitful, sadistic, and vengeful. So those are traits you can get that are considered sinful. Virtuous traits are chaste, so this is terrible if you want to have kids. Temperate, honest, hey, hello, my guy's honest. Compassionate, nah, I didn't choose that one. I'm surprised they don't have justice as a virtuous trait. Because Lawrence Hawk hungers for justice. In fact, I think it says it right here. It's probably too small for you to see. But it's House Hawk. And their motto is, in fact, hunger for justice with an exclamation point at the end. Head the dynasty of House Hawk. Obscure. Children are born in this, and children born here with 100 prestige. Marrying into this dynasty gives you 0 prestige. Rulers get a maximum of plus 10 long reign opinion. The next level is insignificant. All right, so our house is not very highly regarded at this point. It's not just Lawrence Hawk that's obscure. It's Lawrence Hawk's entire dynasty is considered obscure. He's just the head of an obscure man who's the head of an obscure dynasty. Wasn't Hawk on Buck Rogers? Was? Yeah, I think there. Oh, now I think there was, or was it Falco or Falcon? Maybe it was Hawk. Can't remember, but that's ringing a bell. It's been a long fucking time since I've seen Buck Rogers. No one expects to call Inquisition. That's right. Hunger, and then I created the shield too. It's the green background with a golden, like a golden shield emblem. It's the hawk wings over a golden shield emblem. So, Petty Lawrence, King Lawrence of Munster. I am Lawrence of House Hawk. Call. Let's see what other business. So the big things here is no player error. So when you play this game, essentially it's like an RPG where you're playing the king, the head of your dynasty. But when your head dies, you become whoever the next successor is. But the only way to really officially lose this game is if your character dies and the dynasty does not have a successor. Then you've lost the game. So when you start the game like I did, like having created a new character, now you can, while you're creating the character, have them have a wife and a kid already. But that eats into a lot of the other perks that you could be buying instead. So it's a little bit risky gameplay-wise to start the game unmarried with no heir. Because, I mean, shit happens. The smallpox could come through and then we could all die. And I could die, and then be like, I didn't have an heir. Too bad. The plague, exactly. Some kind of illness. So that, that's a big deal. And then the other thing, activity available Grand Tournament. I think this is pointing out, I think Grand Tournament is one of the new things from the expansion that just came out. But in order to do a tournament, it costs 390 gold, and I've only got 120, and I only make 2.2 gold per month. So I don't think we're going to be doing any grand tournaments anytime soon. I felt bad too because you can also plan for 400 a grand wedding. And when I sent my marriage proposal out to the wife I was considering, and I think the girl that I proposed to, I just married her for her qualities. I don't think she's going to get me any kind of alliances or anything else. I just picked her because she had reasonably good qualities that I'm hoping will translate into an heir that's maybe a little better than his old man. But when it came time to propose, you can also include as part of the proposal that you're planning a grand wedding. And I don't know if that sweetens the pot, if it's like an iffy proposition, whether they're going to say yes or not. But I couldn't do a grand wedding because I just can't afford it. So, like I said, I'm this obscure guy from this obscure house. I mean, even my title is Petty King, so. But let me see. I think I don't need to have them reminding me of this constantly, though. This activity is set to notify you as soon as it becomes available. I guess it's not always available? Is that the thing? Maybe I will keep it up there. So, but the two main things that the game thinks I need to be the most aware of is I do not have an heir, and I can throw a grand tournament if I could afford it. I'm going to get rid of that. I think it's going to be a long effing time before I got $400 or 400 gold to throw away on a tournament. There's a smallpox and the large pox. Which one's worse? Is the smallpox well, it's a little known fact, but the smallpox is more potent because it's more concentrated. Reminders are a bit depressed. Yeah, and that's another thing too. Historically, the Paradox games, I haven't dove into this one, but historically the Paradox games give you a lot of control over what notifications you'll get under what circumstances. Because you have it set up where you're getting absolutely bombarded constantly with every single thing that happens anywhere in the world. Or you can really hone it down so it's the game's only going to call something out to you if it's really important. But I'm going to keep no player error up. You know what? I know that I know that I don't have an heir. So I'm not endorsed by my bishop. I can declare war on Earl. I can declare war on this guy. Okay, I'm not going to do it at the moment. So I have a casus bellis. Is that how you say it? Casus? I don't know. It's one of those words I've seen only in Paradox games, and I'm not sure. I've heard people in YouTube videos going, it's a casus belli. Casus bellis. Yeah, anyways. It's, you can't just declare war on everybody. You have to have some kind of justification. So in this game, sometimes, like in this case, I'm pretty sure it's because I'm the petty king. So let's see, kingdom views, kingdom titles, empire titles. Let's get back to this. Because I think this, I want to say this thing is part of, oh, I guess the whole Munster. It's a duchy. So historically speaking, this, like, is supposedly it's supposed to be part of what I rule. It's built into it. However, at the moment, someone else rules this shit. Kingdom titles, realms, states, cultures, houses. Okay. I have 3 titles. Okay, and here it is too. I can point at the titles. Petty King of Munster. There's that title. The Earl of Thomond. So that's just this thing. Is that I'm the direct person in control of that. And I'm the Earl of Enos. So basically, I have direct control over these. This guy over here, this Duke is my vassal, but he actually controls these things. I don't have direct control of them. So he is the one that makes all the decisions. He builds the stuff. He controls the troops. Or, I mean, I tell him to raise the troops, and he does it, and I control him if there's a war. But I only directly control these 2. What are we gonna call them? Counties. Yeah, the 2 counties, and then this is supposed to be. This county is supposed to be part of my thing, but it's not. I don't own it yet. But I can declare war on this guy. He's only got. Let's get a look at this guy. Supply limit. How much? It says he's got 549 troops, and I've got 690. So it's not like I've got overwhelming numbers. And also how much money people have is relevant, because if you have enough money, you can hire mercenaries, and that can make a huge fucking difference. But with the amount of money that we both have, I doubt either one of us can do too much. See, how do I find out about hiring mercenaries? English longbow is key. That'd probably end up being a big problem for me if I ever try to take England out. Down. Total soldiers. Rally point. Raise all armies. Mercenaries. Okay, yeah, so here it is. Just to hire, like, the cheapest band of mercenaries costs 171 gold. So if I go to war with this guy, neither one of us are going to be able to hire mercenaries. The next question is does he have allies? And now I can't tell, like, how can you tell who people's allies are? The English don't exist. Yeah, they do. They're right here, Brad. Look, England. It exists. It's just they're not everything yet. They're still just this thing right here is. That's all that they are. But it's definitely there. They're still called English at this point. Yeah. 1066. Now I'm trying to remember. This may actually be 1066. Might be the actual year when England became like a thing. I know 1066 had something to do with. I can't even remember. Was it the Norman invasion? It's been such a long time. I was an English major, which essentially means, in the sense, I was an English history major too, because an English lit major is heavily rooted in the history of English literature. And 1066, I think, was when the Norman conquest. Yeah. But it was already England at that point, though. I think it was still already England before that. That's funny because, like, I'm dusting this knowledge out of my brain, and it's like I'm realized, like, holy shit. Like, I used to just be able to talk about this, like I knew a bunch of shit about it. Now I'm like, I don't. I'm like, what? Norman conquest, right? I think. Well, the Normans were from France, maybe. Pretty sure they were from France. All right. So this guy, though. Titles, claims. I'm just looking at them because I want to figure out how I can tell. Diplomacy. How do you tell who their allies are? That's the kind of shit you got to know before you declare a war on somebody. Who are they going to drag into the fight? Open the dynasty tree. It's just me so far. Just petty King Lawrence of Munster. House Hawk. Sloanism. This is my realm. Title history claimants. Oh, someone's trying to press a claim. Is this homeless person thinks they can take my title? Uh-oh. Add laws. Line of succession. Yeah, I definitely need to have an heir. Some rando is just going to take over the country. Some dude's just going to wander in from the woods and be like, "Ah, yes, I am the new king. I am the new petty king." But where's the part where you can see who your allies are? Cultures, houses, governments, languages. Ooh, court languages. Anglic? What do we speak here? Do we not have our own language? Court language, none. Alright, so I guess we just have no official language. Iberian Vulgar. They just see you show up there and they're like, "Yeah, good fucking day, yeah? Go fuck yourself. It's Iberian Vulgar." That's how it's just no, they're like, don't take offense. That's just how they speak here. It's just their official language. Just includes a lot of fucking profanity. Alright. Hey, y'all go suck my dick. Alright, see you later. Iberian Vulgar. See you later. So nice to meet you. Get distracted though. What was I gonna look at? Empire title. I was gonna see if there was like a something like I think in Europa Universalis there's a button where you can See color coding for who hates you. Faiths, cultures, houses, governments. It's governments. Feudal. All right, look at that. Clan. Tribal. Feudal, clan, and tribal. All right, that's cool. Economy, development, country control. I'm really surprised they don't have like an alliance option. Economy. Yeah, everything is looks like the worldwide economy overall is pretty shitty. Development shows the development of every country on the map. Yep, nobody's built shit. Actually, it's so purple. That looks like almost like it means something good. So I want to say at this point, like at least the Far East is developed. But no, this is not it. This is like, yeah, this is probably absolute shit. This is like Siberia and stuff. Well, I guess there's a lot of Russia, but like this shit was undeveloped. Like nomadic wanderers. County control. I still don't know exactly what this means. But I know it, I think it relates to like how much you tax, how much supply you have for your troops if they're in that region and so forth. Terrain. Oh, wow. Forest. Plains. Okay, the gray. I was like, do we not know what all these things are? But those are actually plains. Wetlands. They built another castle. That burned down, fell over, then sank into the swamp. But the third one stayed up. That's going to be me. I'm here in the swamp. All the lands that I control directly are wetlands. When it's not, your tax revenues get hammered. Okay, that's good to know. Maybe there are countries that already have allies, right? Or is it like when the game starts, no allies? There are no allies yet. I thought like, with the exception of my guy, because I created my character in Dynasty from scratch. Established historical characters in Dynasties have allies when the game starts. But like one would think, go to the King of England. Is it just personally? There's family, relationships. He's got personal friends, rivals, lovers, courtiers, vassals. Because I thought, let's see, maybe Scotland? Titles. France seems like they'd have allies. So the allies are personal. Okay. King Philip. Rivals, bullies, victims. Like, because I thought the kind of alliance where if I get attacked, you have to send your troops to get me were arrangements that heads of state made, but that they were arrangements on behalf of the nation and not personal arrangements. But now I'm like, the thing is like, where the fuck are they? I'm like, how? Diplomacy. He's involved in it. So that's just like literally talking about what. All right, I'm gonna Google this shit right now. CK3. How to see alliances. It is tiled diplomacy on the... Okay. So I guess it should show up here? I don't know. In any event... Hey, what's up, Mine69? I hope you're sitting down, because this stream is gonna knock your socks off. There's some exciting shit happening right now. You missed my discussion of succession laws. Secondary spouses. Ooh, that sounds steamy. I am Petty King Lawrence of Munster. I am Lawrence of House Hawk. Our house motto? Hunger for justice. Let's see, Irish. We're Irish. We're like a country version of Catholicism. Dynasty. Right now, I'm just sort of remembering how to even find the basic information of, like, the shit. Realm. Oh, there it is. Domain. Vassals. Succession. Oh, my vassal fucking hates me, dude. Alright, what's going on with him? Why does he hate me so much? He doesn't like... Okay, yeah, it's true I'm weak. But he does like that I'm just... I get plus 15 for that. Ceremonious. Apparently he's got negative 10 on me for ceremonious. He's got plus 10 because he's on my council. He's my marshal. That's great that the guy you have in charge of your armies hates you. That's not good. What religion is he? He thinks that my version of Christianity is a stray? Screw you. You're the one that's wrong. If it weren't true, why would I believe it? He's not thinking. Alright, he does like me because we're both honest. Alright, maybe over time he'll learn to respect me. But negative 27, that's not good. He's probably gonna rebel against my shit. You're both wrong. Zoroastrianism? I don't know, Brad, that sounds like some kind of incorrect pagan belief to me. Sounds extremely incorrect. Which page of the Bible does that start on? Sounds to me like you may have named a wrong religion. That's worse than just a stray. That's right off the fucking page right there. Okay. Succession. Confederate partition. Under Confederate partition, your titles will be divided equally between your children. New titles may be created for younger realm heirs. Upon succession, all titles held by the late ruler will be divided amongst their eligible children, with the player heir always being given the primary title, realm capital, and any direct de jure titles associated with it. Younger children will also be given titles, starting with those of the same rank. Alright, so there's that. How can I change it? So this is where the emergent, like, they don't tell you, you have to do this thing now. But you start poking around and like, goals start forming. So I'm like, well, how the fuck do I have it so that every time one of my kings dies, the entire kingdom doesn't get split up between all the children equally? That's not good. To get primogeniture, which is your oldest child inherits all your titles, which is what we think of as, like, when we think of kingdoms and monarchies and shit, that's what we think about normally. It's that kind of succession law. Single realm heir. Invade Angerman land. Seems awfully far away, Brad. Seems awfully far away from my realm of concern. But I'll take it under advisement. You got a strange whisper comes on the wind, my lord. There's a place called Angerman land. Like it doesn't even sound like a real place. No, I assure you, my lord, it's real. And I think we should divert all of our resources towards attacking it. Well, what do we stand to gain? Nothing, my lord. Nothing at all. Hey, look, it's Yumi! No, Brad isn't the prime minister. Although, if you guys remember when I played this before, I actually posted on Twitter that I had Brad in the game, and he was like, he was one of my dukes, and he was one of my greatest allies and advisors. And then I didn't make this happen, but this character, Brad Pritchard in this game died of alcoholism. I was like, oh shit. I remember posting it to Twitter. Brad seemed a little bit offended. Angerman land could be my new capital. So if I want to change the succession law, I need to have a high crown authority. Right now, I have autonomous vassals, which is basically the lowest crown authority you can have. It's basically, like, this is sort of that argument between the federal government and state government power. It's basically that. Crown authority is basically that. The authority of the crown versus the authority of the individual, like the dukes and the people under you. So right now, the dukes and shit, they have a lot of autonomy. And there's a lot of things I can't make them do. The next step up would be limited crown authority. It costs 112 prestige. And I think you actually, like, you have to vote it in. I want to say I remember, like, it can cause all this drama when you try and, like, hey, I'm going to increase my crown authority. What do y'all think of that? And people are like, fuck off, you know? But it looks like I might be able to ask for it right now. You should put a queen on the throne? I think you can. I think you can try. Now, I don't think that the way our culture works, like, you have to have the legal infrastructure to allow for that. And I don't think we do. But I think you can, if you chisel away at your government conventions, I think you can do that. But, like, right now, even if my king wanted to do that, be like, you know what, I want my daughter to be, when I pass, I want it to go to my daughter. Everyone, the vassals, everyone would just be like, you don't have the legal power to do that, asshole. So it'd just be like, oh, okay. But you can, it's like a long-term thing that you could actually make that happen, so you could do that. Yeah, changing laws is hard. Just stick to the, well, is changing, like here it says it will let me do it. But I forget the complications that come with it. So that's just one thing. So I'd have to go to limited crown authority, and then the next step after that would be high crown authority. So if I get up to here, that would give me the power as the monarch to be able to change our succession laws from the current system, which is all the children, everything gets split up every time there's a succession. Everything gets split up equally between all the kids. They have the more traditional, hey, your firstborn gets everything when you die. You know, except if, insofar as they're generous enough to give titles out. But the law of succession is that what happens automatically is everything goes to your first pawn. So, okay. So this thing right here says it costs 112 prestige to go from autonomous vassals to limited crown authority. It says I can do it right now. What I'm struggling to remember is, for some reason, I thought there was a more complicated, longer, drawn-out process that occurred once you declared this. But I very well might do that, because right now, I only have one vassal. I only have one person who's going to get mad at me. He already fucking hates me, though, doesn't he? Maybe I should wait on that. I should wait until my vassal... Okay, I'm not near getting the succession law, but he would have to approve it. And right now, he fucking opposes it. But right now, he's got a negative... His opinion of me is negative 27. And 20 of that negative 27 is due to the fact that I have a short reign. I haven't been king. I've just started being king. So he's like, fucking noob. So, if I were to do something else to piss him off right now, it might make him even more inclined to rebel against me. It's still this right now, because I only have one vassal, it may be time to consider doing that. But oh no, Brad. Wait. Even after last week when I played Shadows of Doubt, now granted the first 2/3 of it sucked because I was playing what was probably a broken... My save was probably broken. But I did play a game that you actually wanted to see. Did I get any credit in the opinion number for at least trying to play a game that you would like last week? Yeah, okay, thanks, Brad. Appreciate it. So, I'd like to think that I came in on this on maybe a -5, and that maybe now that I'm actually, well, I guess playing is a very euphemistic term. Now that I'm playing this on stream, that maybe I'm even bumped up to a 5 or a 10 in the green. Am I in the green at least, Brad? At this point? Anyways, I'm very seriously considering doing this, though. No, I haven't played Shadow of Doubt since my last stream. I think even as of my last stream, I had sort of gotten to the point where I felt like I had played like, it becomes very sort of samey. But they've got a roadmap. They're going to add a shit ton to it. So I still was enjoying it enough that I wanted to play it and show you guys. But I think even at the time, like going into that stream, I knew that beyond that stream, I probably was not going to continue playing it right now. It's a game that I want to wait until they've fleshed it out some more, and then I'll go back and revisit it for sure. And it is, like, even thinking about it now, I could see launching it and playing it and still kind of enjoying it. But, like I said earlier, I think I played about 20, 25 hours of that game. I threw what, for me, is enough hours of experience that game for what's there right presently that I feel like I've experienced what's there, as insofar as, like, I'm not someone who's usually just going to grind the same kind of activity over and over again. Unless I'm in the mood. Sometimes you're in the mood for that shit. I'm often not in the mood for that shit. Yeah, no, I didn't do anything since the last stream. I haven't done, because we were trying to figure out, like, we had some clues. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, yeah, there were a couple little things, like, like, yeah, well, I could think of a few, you know. I don't know. At the moment, that game's probably on the back burner, though, truth be told, as I wait for them to further develop it. Because also, I think it was also an additional turnoff that the main game that I wanted to play, because it's supposed to be like a procedurally generated detective campaign sandbox, basically. And the fact that it seemed like that the procedural murder generation was broken on my save is kind of like, all right, there's another sign that maybe it's like, don't make this game your new hobby right now, because it's gonna hurt. It'll disappoint you. Look, Evie's back. But it's But I think very favorably of that game, and I definitely plan to play it again as they continue to develop it. Like, I identify it as a good game. All right. So keeping this on the radar. Military. So what is the fact that I've got... You should ensure you have a positive opinion, otherwise he will not provide you with any levies or taxes. All right, so I probably should start a scheme to sway this bishop. I was going to say maybe I should sway my one duke or the other earl who doesn't like me. I should start swaying his opinion, but it sounds like the well, they're both important for different reasons. Fallout 76 is a lot better now, though, isn't it? I've never played it. I have a free copy that I got through Humble Bundle. Still haven't played it. Because I think every time I think about playing it, I'm just like, well, I never finished Fallout 4, so why... And I don't like multiplayer games. So why would I play Fallout 76 but when I still have a bunch of Fallout 4 content that I haven't experienced? You always wish you could sway more? You want people to like you? Brad, you're perfectly likable, friend. I think people like you just fine. So here's a question. Should you can only have one scheme, like a personal scheme at a time, to sort of influence somebody to like you better. And I could either do it to this bishop. And they're saying the main reason to work on this would be that he'll not provide me with levies or taxes. But do bishops provide you with those things anyways? I'm trying to think historically that, like, bishops didn't give you shit. Meanwhile, we've got a vassal with actual armies that doesn't like me. That could conceivably start... And does he have a claim? Does he have potentially some reason to claim? One title. He's technically my successor. Oh my gosh, you're gonna eat a pancake and sausage sandwich for dinner from Walmart. Think of a McGriddle at McDonald's. I am thinking of that. All right, enjoy that, Evie. I even saw this earlier, like where it says that people that have claims on your claimants. Here we go. All right, so at least this vassal does not have a claim. But who the fuck is this guy? It's a lady. She's a fearless wandering atheist. Who's 77-year-old wandering atheist who for some reason thinks she has a claim to my throne. Is she fucking nuts? Oh wait, hold on. Oh, looks like her dad was a king. All right. Her dad was the king of Ireland at one point. Was there a king of Ireland before? Okay, so she actually does have some reason. Like her grandfather was the king of Ireland or some shit. But now she's a wandering atheist that nobody likes, who thinks, like, and it says she's pressing the claim. I'm not sure exactly what she's doing to press it, but You know it's not going to happen. You're an atheist and you're a woman. And in this day and age, that's never someone that's going to be a king. She does have a claim, but that oppressed claim means they're doing something about it, right? I don't know what the fuck she's doing about it. What, you know, whatever she wants to do. Yeah, what else? Is she at least, no, she's a fearless atheist. She will act towards you and others according to her personality. What does that do, though? She's heterosexual. So yeah, she's got all sorts of claims here because she somehow is related to the King of Ireland. Off with her head! All right. Well, I think I'm more worried about the Baron. Can I do a scheme on him? Sway. All right. I'm starting a scheme against Earl Ragnvald II. And the scheme is to make him like me better. It's not a nefarious thing. I just want him to like me better. I don't know why they have to use the word scheme. It makes it sound bad. See memories of this character. Can I change this guy's appearance? Shit. I don't want to, but it looks like I could. That's what I'm trying to remember before. Is how I had someone in my dynasty called Brad Pritchard. That's one thing I don't remember exactly how I pulled that off. But I know that I had a Brad Pritchard. He was one of my dukes. It's like, was he part of my dynasty? I don't know. The scheme is to make him like me better. Exactly. You should at least, as the Sith Empress, you must at least cut off one limb from one of your vassals. I don't know. I don't think that's going to be part of my scheme, because I don't think he'll like... He's my only vassal. And I don't think cutting off one of his limbs is going to make him more inclined to like me better. Because, see, the reason I want him to like me is because eventually I'm going to have to get him to get on board with this whole succession thing that I want to do, where everything goes to my first heir, my firstborn, instead of my kingdom gets shattered into a million pieces every time, you know, succession happens. No, forced choke him. No. Honey and not vinegar. I think this is the case. The problem is I don't have a lot of power. And the dukes and my vassals do have a lot of power. And my vassal, the only vassal I have, doesn't like me. So, this is if I was super powerful, and I had like tons of armies and power and crown authority, and one of my vassals looked at me sideways, I could go tell him to suck a bag of dicks. And chop off one of his arms and say, hope you learned a lesson. We're not there yet. Maybe we will be, Yumi. Yeah, I know you're just joking, but I'm just saying, the day may come where when a vassal gives me stink eye, it's going to be like, oh, what are you going to do about it? Speaking of Succession, I've been watching that show Succession on HBO. I think that's also one of the things that's made me think about playing Crusader Kings again. I mean, that's about like a Rupert Murdoch character, type of character who's like, he just turned 80 and his health is kind of failing, but he's this like ruthless media mogul. And his family is basically like, it's like a royal family the way they treat like who's going to inherit control of the company when dad retires. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it a lot. I think I'm in season 2 now. It's interesting. You watched it, Brad? Yeah, it ended, right? Or at least is it still in season 4? I know they've announced season 4 is the last season. I didn't look far enough ahead to see if they've actually finished season 4. But it's like, I'm into it. You haven't watched the latest season, okay. But that kind of the ruthlessness of the patriarch and all the kind of the sucking up and backstabbing happening among the kids constantly. They're constantly like playing each other and at the same time it's weird, like, because they do have these sort of affectionate, like, they do seem to have real affection for each other, but the rivalry is fucking real. Like, they will fuck each other over. Yeah, it's just a really weird, interesting dynamic. It's kind of like super dysfunctional. And everyone's a fucking asshole, but you also in different ways kind of like them too. It's just like a real interesting story. It's a real interesting character dynamic. All right. So what else? What else is on that? Oh. What else is on the list? I can create an accolade. What the fuck does that mean? You can now grant an accolade for one of your knights. I don't think I have any knights. Each knight that holds an accolade becomes an acclaimed knight and gives bonuses to you and your armies. The accolade will remain until you destroy it, and it will pass on to future knights via the accolade succession. Accolade succession happens with when an accolade's acclaimed knight dies or becomes invalid for the role. An acclaimed knight is replaced by their successor, who must be eligible for the primary accolade attribute. The secondary attribute can be changed. Okay, that's kind of confusing. If there are no worthy successors in court, the restore accolade's decision can be used to invite suitable candidates. I'm seeing a ton of chats happening. Yumi's gonna need another nap. Fair, yes. You've been disengaged. Your brother called and was talking to you for a bit. You told him you were watching you, so we hung. Oh, okay. You don't need to hang up on your. Look at what I'm doing here. I'm stumbling through weird shit. But your brother calls like, Evie. What? I know you guys have been talking, but this is the imaginary scenario that I'm making up right now to make it sound terrible. Evie, it's been so long since we've spoken. I miss you so terribly. I am your brother. And Evie's like, I'm watching the Game and Lawyer stream. And you just have to click. And don't worry about being disengaged. It's no worries. You forgot to mention when I was talking about Star Trek that you watched the Orville. Like all of it? That show, that's a show that's constantly on my, like, I need to go back and watch it list. I think I watched most of the first, if not all of the first season at one point, and I was watching it with Mrs. G-Law, and I think at a certain point, Mrs. G-Law decided she didn't flat out decide she wasn't into it, but she just kept being like, I don't feel like watching it right now. So we both stopped watching it, and I think I officially at a certain point got, like, the notice that she's officially not really interested in watching it again. So then it went on a list of shows that I intend to watch, but I just haven't got to. Select an unassigned accolade. So I don't have any knights to begin with. Does it cost money to have knights? Invite knights. Recruit to court. Knights, 06. You have no knights. These are eligible. I assume that a knight should be good at combat, and this guy isn't. Oh, this is one tip I heard that they say for your council. You should forbid your council from becoming knights, otherwise they will end up being knights and then they'll die. I did watch like a video, like a beginner's tips video, and I remember hearing that, not really being sure what it meant. Now I'm seeing like, oh, all right. So just that little bit of knowledge. Invite knights. Knights are summoned to visit your court. All right, I'm going to click that. Invite knights. Oh, this costs crown authority? Hold on. Prowess is what you want for a knight. This guy has 10 prowess, which is also not remarkable. All right, do I need... So I think I'm going to do the invite knights thing. As a petty king master, I need brave knights to defend the realm and conquer new lands. I will send out a herald to any subjects to let my subjects know that I am in search of skilled warriors. At least 3 able-bodied men with 12 or higher prowess will arrive as guests at court within the coming months. And invite knights will be unavailable for 10 years. Okay, I think it's... yeah, I think we should do that. It's only 3 seasons? Is it done, Nick? That show's been around for a long time. I can't imagine it's still going if there are only 3 seasons. Unless there was a big fucking pause during the pandemic. Is it over? I told him I was watching you, but you did talk for longer than a minute. Okay. Hey, Evie, it's me. It's your brother. We haven't spoken for so long. I just wanted to catch up and see... What? What's that now? What? Hello? I don't know. She said something about she's watching the gaming lawyer, and then the line went dead. Hello? Oh, she hung up. I call her back. Alright. Oh no, it's going straight to voicemail now. Like she... Wonder if her phone ran out of batteries. Alright. I just had to, you know, now it's time to elaborate on this whole drama that unfolded when Evie's brother tried to call. It's not officially done, but a 4th season isn't yet in the works. Season 3 was shot during the pandemic. Okay. So they're just taking a long time to make seasons. Because didn't the first season come out like 7 years ago or something? I feel like it's been out for a long time. Like they started coming out in like 2016 or 2017, something like that. What's a gaming lawyer? 2017, okay. So in theory, if they were coming out with a season every year, season 1 in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, they should be coming out right now with season 7. If they were on an annual schedule. And some shows just aren't. Some shows are just, they have their own weird schedules. And I know Seth, who's this? I can't remember his name. I want to say Seth Green, but that's not it. The guy that makes the Orville is involved in a whole bunch of shit. And he was like hosting the Oscars and everything else. So he's been busy. Maybe that's been it. Seth MacFarlane. Yeah, that's right. I don't know why I couldn't remember. It's because I'm turning 50 this year. That's a problem. Yeah, Seth Whatchamahuzits. Yeah, buckle up. You're going to be hearing a lot of there's going to be a lot of Mr. and Mrs. Whatchamahuzits during my streams as the future comes forward. All right, so we got a thing out for knights. Can I just not... I do want to have this lesson, I just don't want to have it right now. Apparently, I've dismissed it forever. But since I have no knights, it's like I can't do the thing right now. You don't really like the Orville, but MacFarlane's acting is perhaps your least favorite part. That's fair. I did think that the acting was cheesy. I thought that it was like kind of a cheesy show, but I enjoyed it when I watched it. I feel like the show has a lot of heart too. Like the guy, like I think it's a passion project for him. Like he's a huge Trek fan, and I think like, and I'm pretty sure he's said this in interviews, but like, Star Trek has gone away from what it was when it was like Next Generation stuff, the way that Star Trek franchise has evolved. And one of his main things is, yeah, it's like a comedy show, but on the other hand, it's like he's really trying to make it feel like it's doing what OG, like at least the Next Generation era Star Trek did. I'm gonna be like the parent who has to ask their kids about the shows they like. All right. So let's do this. I'm not gonna make the move on changing the law right away, because I want there to be the possibility of my one vassal liking me a little bit better first. I think I am gonna go to war. You know what I'm gonna do first? I'm just gonna let a little bit of time go by. Let's see, where's the date? Okay, so, because I did a lot of stuff, but this is the first time I've ever unpaused the game. To the serene petty King Lawrence of Munster. This is the girl who I proposed to's father. I accept... Wait. Oh, yeah. His acquaintance. I don't know who the fuck this is. Maybe this is just this girl was in his court. You will be joined with my acquaintance, Gersenda, in holy matrimony. May your union bring happiness and fulfillment. This guy is like, he doesn't like me either. I'm from a whole different court. I guess that's going to be a problem. And he thinks that my religion is astray, but the whole world either... Outside of Ireland, the whole world, at the very least, thinks that my religion is astray. Let's see if I get the... So she's a Catholic. Occitan. All right. Excellent. So wait, there she is. Let me get a little more information about her. Because she's 19. That was a big factor. That she was young. Because I saw another couple really good candidates, but they were in their early 30s. And I was like, they may not give me an heir. Which could be a problem. You could marry my ugliest daughter. Yeah, damn, into Maxie. Damn, she's old. So let's see. If I'm really fresh, I remember what I got. Okay, her traits. Okay, this is her one bad trait. She's paranoid. She's shy, which actually technically shy is not a good trait. But my character is also shy, which means that instead of us disliking each other, most people will dislike me a little bit because I'm shy. Probably because it's awkward to be around me. But this girl actually likes me because we're both shy. Like, we share that. So it makes our opinion better. Let's see. She still has a -1 opinion of me. I didn't realize the culture thing was such a big fucking problem. Let me see what her culture is. It's considered a foreign culture. Where is Occitan? Here. Occitan is like southern France. Equal inheritance. Chivalry. What's not to like? Why don't you like me? Alright. I hope she gets over this shit, because now we're married. And she's not going to she's got to like me enough that we can do the thing to make the baby, right? Let's see, what else is she? Okay, so we do have a bit of a problem. But the culture is an issue. Oh, wait, she doesn't. Okay, this is funny. Because I get a +10 bonus because she's also shy, but then I get a -5 penalty because I'm shy. So it still is a net gain, but it's like, she's like, I like that we're both shy, but it's kind of a turnoff that you're shy. He is. Well, see, Maxie, I created the character Lawrence of House Hawk to maybe loosely in some ways resemble me. Could be a thing. Maybe he looks a little. Maybe he's got. When I came, especially if you're gonna give him good traits, you've got to balance it out with some bad stuff. So I balanced it out with some traits that I felt were somewhat familiar to me. So there's shy. I can be socially awkward. And I gave homely because, you know, he's overweight. You know, the whole like thing I've always, you're always like, oh, there's this. He's not flat out ugly, but it's like he's got this like non-ideal physical traits, right? That people are like, oh, well, yeah, he seems like a nice guy, but he's a little, you know, and weak. Which for me also, and I think also have the trait lazy, but for some reason she doesn't seem to give a shit about that. But that, you know, the reason that I'm weak and I'm a little is because for most of the 50 years I just sat on my ass a lot. So I was like, okay, I'm strategically picking these traits that will reflect what in my real life I would identify as some of, you know, the things that haven't been working out to my benefit over the long haul, you know. At least he's funny. You're not flat out ugly. You're just, he's homely. We get into that stuff. Okay, so she's paranoid, which is not awesome. Hopefully, the thing is my guy has very low intrigue. So the fact that she's paranoid, maybe that can work for me a little bit. I don't know. Paranoid, shy, and forgiving. All right. So she thinks you're trying to fuck her over, but she, you know, she's like, but it's okay. I forgive you. Making him laugh is the key to baby making. That's just, well, right now we're still at the -1. She really does not like that I'm from a different culture. I didn't realize it was going to be that big of a deal. Hopefully in time, we will learn to, that the differences between us will not drive such a big wedge. I'm hoping it's not 30 years from now, it's still -29 cultural differences. Okay, she's got the Midas touched education trait, which is really good. That gives her a very strong stewardship. In fact, I should look at my council and see. All right, we'll get to that in a minute. And she's intelligent, which is a congenital trait that can be passed down to children. And my guy is also intelligent, which means there's a good chance that our kids are going to be intelligent. And intelligence gives you a +3 on all your attributes, and it gives you a bonus to if you're going to be working through the scholarly tree in your life. So that's good. I bet he does invent the Under Armour Corporation in the future, or his dynasty does. You don't think that dullard like Lawrence Hawk can learn his language? He probably does chew with his mouth open. And here's the thing too, now she's lowborn, you know? But I liked her qualities. But so that's why, like, the person that gave her to me is probably just like, she's probably associated with a foreign court. But she had no, like, she doesn't even have family or anything listed here. So she's just like some, like, in terms of family lineage, she's a nobody. But she had good traits. And most of the women on the menu with my traits didn't like me. Like, of the people that didn't like me, she was on the end of the spectrum of people that didn't like me the least, if you catch my meaning. So, all right, we'll get back to me again. All right, so for those who missed it, my traits are honest, just, because, of course, I hunger for it, lazy, calm, so let's see, what is that? Honesty, values truth and sincerity highly. Just, strong sense of justice. Lazy, the easiest road in life is the road most taken by Lawrence. That gives a -1 on all of his main traits. It does give him a bonus to stress loss. He's got all of his negative traits are helping him with stress management. Because he's just like, this terrible thing happened. Bring the ice cream. Well, this is the game, Brad. The fucking game is reading your fucking traits. All right? And I'm reading it because not everybody was here. I'm calm. Lawrence takes things in stride, leading to a slow-paced life. This is the game, Brad. Come on. Let's be real. Incorrect. No, Brad wants to see, like, wars and seeing me taking over shit. Like, Brad was all excited that I was going to play Crusader Kings 3, but now that I'm playing Crusader Kings 3, he's, like, starting to get a little antsy. Shy. Insightful thinker is my education trait. I'm a comfort eater. So it lowers my stewardship skill, but gives me a little stress loss. I'm homely. It's not pleasant to look at. It's a congenital trait. I didn't realize this till after I selected it, but I could be passing that shit on to my kids. You don't need wars. You just need things to happen. I understand what you're saying. You need things to happen, and for me, going over the interface and the, like, reading stuff off the interface, especially for the second time, is not an acceptable mode of gameplay for an audience. I'll be honest, when I play this on my own, I spend a lot of time just looking at stuff over the interface because there's so much fucking information that, and I don't know where most of it is most of the time, that when I am playing this on my own, and that's another reason why, like, when I think about this game, for me, and I think about, like, this game does not get along with streaming. Or it's inclined not to. Or it could be the case that if I am playing this game and I get to the point where I know where everything is, I know everything backwards and forwards, I know how the mechanic works, I know exactly what I'm doing, then it's better for streaming. But I'm at this point now where it's like, I don't even know what's on 90% of these interface tabs right now. Oh, King Larry curses a lot, I'm sure, Maxie. I would only be done playing after reading everything. Well, that's the thing is, like, once you learn where all the information is and what it is, you know, that's your toolkit that you know to actually play the game to know what the fuck you're doing. It's also why I like to start small. So, like, you could start as, like, I'm going to start as the head of the Holy Roman Empire. But you got a complicated shit show to manage. Here it's like, you know what? I'm in charge of this. I have one vassal. That makes me, and everyone else, most of these are all single holdings. So that means, like, I'm small, but I'm big enough that I have probably a slight advantage against these single holding lords. You agree with starting small. Why specifically not Ireland? The reason that I like Ireland is Ireland creates a lot of natural stepping stones to have you start small and build into something bigger. So, like, because already I have claims, or can easily get to the point of having claims to be the King of Ireland. Like, I don't think I have it at the moment, but I think once I've conquered enough here, then it will be like, I can make a claim, like, naturally make a claim for King of Ireland, which will then give me all of this. Is the world always historical, or can you randomize them? I believe it's always historical. I'm not aware that you can randomize it under the vanilla game. I know there's a gajillion mods, so I imagine there's a good chance that you can do it through mods. Now what they do have is they have two different start dates that you can choose. You can start at 1066, which is the traditional start date for the game. But you can also start at something like 867. You can start a lot earlier. And the major difference is that in 867, these major powers mostly had not formed. Probably the Byzantine Empire was probably still a thing because it was a vestige of the Roman Empire, the original Roman Empire. But most of the major players here are still just a bunch of basically tribal entities that have not unified. So what if you play the 867 it's an 800 and something start? When you play that start, you're in a much more anything could happen, because it's not like predestined that if you start at 800 that by 1066 France will have formed and the Holy Roman Empire will form. If you start at the 860s or whatever it is, it's going to start what the world looked like then. But from there, it's like anything can happen. There will be a gravitation towards forming these kingdoms because there's always sort of a pressure of this kingdom is something that when you're gaining power and you start getting territories, that you start to get a claim on well, now that I have this much, I can make a claim for King of France. Those are sort of baked into the territories. So there's always kind of a pressure for those nations to form baked into the game. A tendency to for those to be progressions that will happen if they can happen. But there's no saying that they will happen. Yeah, Roman, right now, it's just, I think even in the early start, the Roman Empire had already fallen at that point. But the Byzantine Empire at this point is not Rome anymore. Wait, isn't it? Was this still considered the Eastern Roman Empire? I think it actually, yeah, I think it is. It's when the Ottomans took it over. Isn't that right? It's when the Ottomans took it over is when it stopped being the continuation of the Roman Empire ceased with the Ottoman Empire. So at this point, this is the Eastern Roman Empire. Right? So when Rome was still a big thing, there was a certain point at which Rome was we're too fucking big, too fucking hard to manage, so we're gonna have the east part and the west part. And basically then later the west part fell to pieces and the east part's well, I guess it's just us now. Right? Yeah, it's still centuries till the Ottomans. Ottomans come a lot later, so thank you for helping refresh my memory on that. All right. So we got, I think I'm going to save the game. I'm going to do, Hawk, secondary. And I'm going to start a war with this guy. Seize the earldom of Desmond. Their military strength is inferior to ours. Choose a casus belli. A belli. Belli. I don't know. You know how to say it, Brad? Nick, one of you guys, you always know how to say everything. I'm the one that just always... I heard someone on YouTube call it a casus belli. And I have a feeling that's not how you're supposed to say it. But that's all I know. And I've never been bothered to actually formally look it up. Seize the earldom. It's my de jure. Probably de jure. It's my de jure territory. It belongs to me. So I'm going to spend 100 prestige to initiate this war on this county that I have claim to, because it's part of the duchy that I am the Duke of, essentially. All right, we have declared war. All right, let's close this off. Now, how do I do military shit? Military, I need to raise the levies. How do I raise everything? Raise all armies. All right, I've done that. And, how do I raise these guys? My pikemen. Or are they just there? Oh, and the Earl who hates me is in charge. He's in charge of the army. All right, see, look at even the most basic information. I'm like, what? Where does it say how many troops are in here? It's not just the fucking Duke standing there with his thumb in his butt. Is it? How do you build up rapport with the one who doesn't like you? Well, in this case, you look at the reasons he doesn't like you. And actually, he likes me a little more now. But you look at the reasons he doesn't like you. He doesn't like me because I have a weak character trait. He doesn't like me... I don't know what ceremonious means, but apparently he doesn't like me because I'm ceremonious. A big thing that he doesn't like is he doesn't like the short reign, that I only just became king, like, this year. So that's going to go down significantly. But apparently there's also a big cultural difference, too. Have I ended up being a damn foreigner? Why is my culture different than one of my vassals? That shouldn't be the case. What is his culture? Norwegian? Okay, he's a foreigner, so fuck him. I'm the person... This is my land. He's the one that doesn't belong here. He's Norwegian. What's he doing in Ireland, ruling shit? That's his fault. You should be gracious that I let you be here, you Norwegian person. Anyways, now I do have what's called a scheme going right now, which is basically you can declare one at a time. Essentially, it's a concerted campaign to get someone to like you better. And so I have one active on him right now. So that to answer more actively how you get someone who doesn't like you to like you, it's by launching a scheme on them to make them like you better. I'm obese. I don't remember choosing that trait. All right. Where does it talk about my schemes? Diplomacy. We're attacking. All right. Is this my whole army? There's his whole army. All right, let's go. Let's go, boys. Yeah, I guess they just assumed they're like, oh, yeah, lazy, comfort eater. Yeah, he's obese. Lazy, comfort eater, weak, obese. Yeah, we did the math. He's obese. Oh, I got knights now. Okay, hold on. Okay, he's got a 13 prowess. How long is he going to stay in court, I wonder? 13 prowess. He is a competent fighter. He's Irish. What kind of... He's sadistic, forgiving, diligent, brilliant strategist, gallant, and a rough terrain expert. He doesn't like me because I'm lazy. Okay, it's fair. I guess a dashing knight be like, that fat asshole? Okay, yeah, sure, I'll swear whatever to you. Alright. But I am gonna invite him to be a knight. Because we got 6 slots, don't we? Another guy doesn't have very good stats. Although this guy does actually like me. Hopefully if I make him a knight, he'll like me better. I've got to pay him? How much? He gains 50 opinion of me. Alright, he's gonna like me. I gotta pay him 50 coins out of my treasury? Oh, shit. And I'm running at a deficit? I think I'm running at a deficit because I have raised armies right now. Hopefully conquering more territory means that my income is going to increase soon. Knight has arrived. Alright, I got it. I got it. Recruited guest to your court? Yep, I did that. Alright. On with the battle. I'm winning. It's not coming nearly as easily as I would hope, but I'm winning. How's this, Brad? Are you excited now? Look what I'm doing. I'm doing things. Oh, wait. The sway, the visit. Okay, so this is my plot with this guy. They're certainly poorly developed and you have low control, so you're getting a low percentage of a low amount. Okay. Think you're a warmonger, but you appreciate I'm doing things. What were the alternatives if I ever wanted to grow? I guess, what was it? You marry their heir and then assassinate all the other, or you marry someone in the family and then assassinate everyone else in their line of succession and make it a matrilineal marriage. That's an option. Otherwise, so Brad just like, if I was gonna play it in a Brad approved fashion, would it just be like, yeah, it's 200 years later and it's still just me looking over there, looking like, hey, you know, would you be my vassal, please? And they say no. I say, you know, your territory, it belongs to mine, traditionally speaking. Would you please reconsider? No, 100 years later, say, come on over for dinner. I have a question to ask you. Is you going to ask me to be your vassal? How did you know? You've been asking me for 200 years. You could play tall and focus on development. Is that a valid strategy? I feel like you need, I think you need, like, positive cash flow from vassals in order to build tall in a single spot. I could be wrong. Alright, so let's see what's happening here. I am passing through Ormond, the capital of my Marshal Earl Ragnvald, when I receive an invitation to his castle. As I arrive, he welcomes me with a frown. And a tour. One thing that strikes me is that the place is full of unfinished projects. Uh-oh. Do diplomatic machinations, going to wars for the uncreative? So yes, I often go to war. Yeah, I feel like the game is, there are ways to conquer without going to war, but I think it involves creative marriage pairings and a lot of assassinations. But yeah, I don't know if the build tall works. Like, there's some games that really support, like, I think Civilization is the kind of game you can build tall. Have, like, 3 city challenge or something. As I arrive, he welcomes me around. Okay, so one thing I notice isn't... Okay, I'll stay for a while. or just show me to my rooms, and I'll lose 18 stress. All right, I don't think I've got any stress, do I? Oh wait, I do have 15 stress. 16 stress. All right, you know what? I'll stay for a while. Maybe I can help him out. So this is the option that I think is gonna give me the best shot to be like, hey there, buddy. Hey there, you silly Norwegian son of a gun. Even though we're from different cultures, let me help you build that rocking horse you've been working on. Oh yeah, I built a rocking horse. Okay, that's not. I don't know what. I can't do a Norwegian accent. Yeah, it's a rocking horse. And then I'm like, yeah, that's right. Of course, the Irish guy has no accent because it's me and I'm normal. But the guy from Norway, who hates me because I'm not Norwegian, you know, we're gonna make him feel a little ridiculous. That's a Swedish chef. Is it? Yeah, it's Norway, Sweden, Denmark, whatever. Sweden's right next to Norway, or yeah, Sweden's right next to Norway. They're basically the same thing, right? Tall supposedly works after the latest DLC, but you're not good enough at the game to properly evaluate that. Okay. In Civ, Venice can only be one city. I think you're right, yeah. But then they get like a shit ton of advantages, right? So that they can do good as a city. Is he the founder of IKEA? Wait, well, no, that's Sweden as well, right? So Norway is the country next to the country where they founded IKEA. He'd probably be very offended. He's like, you son of a bitch, that's a Sweden, I'm in Norway. Fuck off, And that's like not the accent at all. It sort of turned like Italian at the end of that. My, you son of a bitch. I'm a Norwegian. Alright, I will stay for a while. Alright, we'll see what develops there. Meanwhile, I wonder if this guy can do any damage with his 309 troops. Alright, here we go. A library where books are stacked in corners, unfinished building project all over the place. Most notably, a whole dining hall and a chest of gold just standing in the middle of a hallway. Earl Rangvald's castle is a mess. Yeah, I gotta say, Earl, this isn't Norway, where we just where everything's shitty. I know in Norway you're used to that. Here in Ireland, we get shit done. All right, let's teach you about the virtues of the Irish. All right, because says the fat, obese, lazy, petty king from the obscure line. Okay, I think I can help him out with dining hall. 72% I'm successful, or 27% I only make it worse. So these are the possible outcomes. The books, the poor books. 79% everything is sorted and fine. It's a learning challenge. That means it's probably better because learning is one of my strengths, like learnedness. Diplomacy challenge. Stewardship challenge. Okay, no, I'm gonna do the learning challenge because my guy's mediocre at most things. But actually, he's not bad at stewardship either. But his like intellect and learning is like his bread and butter. So we're gonna focus on the books. Yeah, I don't think this guy has got the troops to do any damage anywhere. Because normally my inclination would be to hunt down his armies until they're harmless. But at this point, I think with 300 dudes, I don't think there's a damn thing he can do with that army. Like, I don't think he can siege any of my stuff. You've never played as Venice, but you like Dido in Civ 5, since her troops can travel over mountains. Yeah. Books, there's bound books, loose documents, decorated spines. No matter how hard I tried, oh no, I fucked up. I could find no sense in the mess that is Earl Ragnvald's library. things might not be... So I guess there was only 20% chance that I would fuck it up. Maybe I didn't fuck it up. Maybe I just didn't make it... I think there was like 70-something% chance that I do make it better. And very... Well, probably this 20... Anyways. I might have made it worse. I think I can help out with dining hall. This would come with a stewardship challenge, which is... I have a decent stewardship score. My stewardship... My book learning is 17. Learning is my main... is excellent. That's like... That is my strength. Is like my intellect and my learnedness. But stewardship is my next step up. It's the only one that's above like average. So the chest of gold is very unguarded. Let's see if anything comes of that. Is this good? Alright. As I explained the risks of keeping a chest of gold out in the open, Earl Ragnvald's eyes widen with realization. Norwegians, they don't know anything about keeping gold safe. He's like, oh, they could take my gold if I leave it there. Oh my god, I didn't know that. Alright, well now you know, because I'm teaching you the correct Irish way. Oh my god, I never thought of it. Oh, of course it shouldn't be out there. Thank you, petty King Lawrence. Things are looking good, and there are other areas I can still help him out in. Alright, I guess I'll try with the dining hall too. It's also a stewardship challenge, which is not bad. His books must all have been in Swedish Chef. Yeah, what? Your books? I can't make heads or tail of it. You guys, your words are all fucked up in all these books. I don't know how to organize these. Why don't you guys speak proper Irish? Or Gaelic, whatever the fuck we speak. I don't think it's English. I'm gonna help him with his dining hall. Oh, they're gonna fight me! Alright, we'll get back to that in a moment. All it needed was some delicate attention. I soon have Earl Ragnvald's dining hall well on its way to completion. I have done all in my power to help him. Now, it is time for bed. Right. And I think that just means literally it's gonna rest, not that like, now we're gonna seal the deal, baby. Come on, I got a surprise for you. In the bedroom. Okay, this is the continuation. I spot Earl Ragnvald by the entrance, waiting to see me off in the morning. As I walk up, I hear him muttering to himself. He really fixed up the place, but he ruined my library. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry, I blasphemed. Oh, goodness. Ahem! After a quick goodbye, I am soon on the road back home again. Your library was already shit, dude. You can't blame me for that stuff. But did we, I think this means that it's got a pretty good chance that the relationship is going to go up at this point. Okay. Wow, he's really fighting to the last man. I know he's not. Hopefully, is he going to continue just raising armies and then coming back? Alright, hold on, let's pause this for a second. What's going on with this? Okay, the siege progress is 109.2. This siege could take a maximum of 7 months, so we may be here for a while. But we can do it. He's got 550 in there. I think if I drop below 550, I can no longer maintain the siege. Seven casualties per month. So this guy could hurt me. Conceivably whittle me down to where I can no longer maintain the siege. That is a danger that could happen. Rose petals on the path to his bedchamber. He did fix up the place, but he ruined my library. And then he jammed his, thing about. That was the big surprise of the evening. I think his heart was in the right place. All right. Ouch. He's really whittling me down. The thing is I don't want to leave the siege. Oh yeah. Fate smiles upon me. My wife, Petty Queen Gersenda, is bearing my child. What is this look on his face? He doesn't look happy. He looks like he's like, ugh. Oh. Don't be a weirdo, dude. He's gonna be like, oh, now her belly is, she's fat. Oh, I don't like it. What are you talking about, dude? What's the cringy look on his face? Okay, whatever. I'm going to pretend that it looks like he's smiling. I cannot wait to hold the babe in my arms. All right, let's get back over here and see what's going on. Dude, you just need to back off, man. I can't believe this guy's still coming for me. One of these times... Okay, now he's down to 71 dudes. Dude, you need to learn when it's time to you guys just need to go in the woods and take a vacation. Oh, hold on. Okay, another knight has arrived. Is this another guy? I'm not paying attention to this stuff. Okay, no, that's the same guy. Oh no, there's another guy. 19 prowess. Holy fuck. Okay, I'm gonna be giving him half my prestige to make him a knight. But, like, now I'm thinking I should have waited for this guy. His prowess is a lot higher than the last guy was. Shit. A hook is a general term for a relation between the character. There are weak hooks and strong hooks. Okay, hold on. Great. New knights. Oh, I didn't make anybody a knight yet. 65 gold? No, dude. All right, hold on. We're going to wait on that. Okay, so that guy is my knight. All right. Recruit to court. I do not have an available hook. Gain 16 stress because I'm shy. Oh, that's where my stress came from. It came from recruiting the dude. All right. But 65 out of my 79 gold? No, I'm going to sit on that for the time being. All right. Victory, 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 victory. Enemy combatants captured. Who did I capture? Your forces captured Loguir, the Marshal of... Alright, so we captured his military head after winning the Battle of Desmond. Let's see. Well, wait. Right now, he's in prison, I think. We're just gonna hold on to him. I don't want to forget about him. And look, Earl Ragvold II gained 25 opinion of me. I think it's still going to deteriorate over time, so I'm going to continue my efforts. But the guy before was negative, now does have a positive opinion of me. So there's that. All right. Oh, we're really honing in on this thing. I think we're almost done with this siege. Yeah, we're like within a month of finishing this thing. Stone of glass. As I struggle to make out the tiny letters on the scroll before me, I feel a headache building once again. Yeah, he needs glasses, but he doesn't have these things. Why do scribes insist on writing such small symbols? I squint and try again. Nothing short of a miracle. With the aid of a stone of glass, even old men struggling with bad eyesight could read with ease. Alright, so what is this guy? This is my bishop. This dishonorable, deceitful bishop that doesn't like me. Okay, I can say I required your assistance, and I gained 300 learning, and then he gets a weak hook on me, which means he can call him, like, I owe him one. Or I can spend 50 to gain 300 learning lifestyle experience. Or I can sell everything that's impossible to read and lose 18 stress. So I'm thinking either way I can get 300 lifetime experience. I can either spend 70% of my treasury to get it, or I can owe the dude a favor. I can't imagine anything, well, I may eat these words later, but I think I can afford the favor better than I can afford the money right now. He knows that you steam a mean hand. I like how you talk of getting glasses. I have to talk of getting glasses accompanied by screams from a burning city. Yes, curious. What is that? Oh, pay no mind. Pay no mind. The screams and the burning? No worries. I'm really interested in these spectacles you're talking about. He's gained a favor hook on me. Alright, we'll see if that results in anything horrible down the road. Alright, that August thing already happened. The combat happened. Another knight has arrived? Okay, this guy's got 20 prowess. Is prowess all that matters for the knights? Because he's got a really low martial skill. Alright, I can't afford all these knights right now anyways, so probably should have waited on that. Siege 1. You now control Desmond. You got 24 gold from occupying Desmond. And let's see how the war's going on. My war score is 100%. Started the war. It's been 14 months already. Wow, time flies when you're having war. Battles won. I score from held objects. Can I enforce demands now? He becomes my vassal. He increases his opinion. Gain 40 fame. Alright, for some reason I forgot the fact that he's still going to be in charge. I thought I was going to be in charge, but that prowess is all that matters for knights. Okay. Victory! Look at him. He looks so sad. I feel almost a little bit guilty about this. To my liege, peace be with you. You are a much greater foe than I imagined. Than I imagined. In order to put an end to this bloodshed, I will comply with your demands. Signed, Earl Muirshik MacArthurcrack of Desmond. There's the seal. You gain the contested county. He became my vassal. We share 400 prestige. Our allies shared 400 prestige. Did I have an ally? I don't think I did. I don't think I had an ally involved. Increased opinions of his allies based on their contribution. Alright, gain 40 fame. So this guy, though, he does not like me. He's a little salty that I declared war on him. He's got negative 40 because he wants to be on my council and he's not? Alright, hold on, let's see what's going on. Is he good at anything? Not really. Alright. Maybe I need to start influencing him. Alright, let's disband all of our armies. Be disbanded. I now control that. Let me see, with the enemy combatant. Ransom. He will not accept. Negotiate release. Effects on you, I lose 10 dread. But the guy that I'm releasing will gain 20 opinion of me, so he'll like me better. I gain a wig. Take the vows for recruit. Would I want to recruit him? If I recruit him, he'll just be in my court, right? I don't want to make him a knight. Let's look at my council. My spy master is a shitty spy master. Hold on. He's a shitty spy master. His intrigue skill is 6, which is considered poor. Alright, so let's negotiate his release and see if we can get him into our court. I have no choice but to accept your conditions. Oh, you're right. I thought he would like me better. He is a treacherous villain. Oh, whoops. Why does he hate me so much? Forcibly recruited, and I demanded a hook. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. All right. Well, okay. Well, lesson learned. Now I just got a member of my court who hates me. He would make a poor candidate for spy master. All right, back to the court. My chancellor has a 10 skill, and that guy's got a 10 skill. He'll still dislike me if I make him a counselor. At least I gained I gained a treacherous villain. Now I'm feeling like I got a raw deal on that one, but praise Saint Brid. Gersenda has given birth to a perfect little daughter. One day, so I still don't have an heir. One day, child, you will carry on my legacy. What name would befit such a mighty lady? Let's see. Well, who we got here? I think it's got to be Evie. Evie23 was first lady in the chat. So this will be Evie23 of House Hawk. Evie23. Here we go. May you grow to be strong and wise, my daughter. Evie the 23rd. 23rd of her name. It's the best Evie in medieval Ireland. And the only one. And then but hark! 'Tis Mega Eevee, my lord. Come from the mainland. Ah, Mega Eevee. He is not the best in Ireland, and yet he is just okay. Alright, I still cannot afford the Grand Tournament, so that's enough of that. That's enough of that. Let's see, let's take a look at Little Eevee here. How Little Eevee? Okay, Little Eevee inherited the intelligence trait. So that's good. That's the only really trait. When they're babies, they don't have a whole lot going on. But we can already tell. The only thing that we can really tell about Eevee so far is that she has the intelligence trait. She likes me a lot. Let's see. It's plus 50 because I'm her father. Here it is. There's a total of plus 15 because Eevee is a fan of Confederate partition succession law. So right out of the womb, babies are like, I don't know what this thing is, but Confederate partition law, I have great enthusiasm for. Yeah, you can betroth someone. I think I'll be in a better position to bargain if I become a little less obscure. So I may wait on that for now. Secrets of the body. What have you been doing, Lawrence? I find myself fascinated by the human body and all the secrets that it still keeps from us. Questions of life and death are constantly on my mind. To read texts on the topic is all well and good, but is he going to want to do cadavers, which back then was a no-no? But I cannot help but feel that I would learn a lot more from a hands-on research. So just for context, studying cadavers was considered like a huge, horrible thing up until like the 1800s, right? Maybe even later, in the 1900s. I only know it was in the last like 150 years that started being okay. Oh, but okay, so I got two options. I can study the ravages of disease on a corpse, and I might gain a learning lifestyle perk. Or I just say bodies of the dead deserve our respect, and I gain piety. Let's see, and I gain 100 piety. You know what? Like my guy, he's passionate about studying medicine. Yeah, lick the corpse. Of course, that'll be how he studies the disease, Brad. Established masturbatorium. I will study the ravages of disease on a corpse. In the name of science. I hope the Pope doesn't come after me now. Oh, here I am doing it. Okay, I try to hold my breath as I sift through the tangled mess of slimy, swollen entrails. Wait a minute, am I going to get sick from doing this? Swollen entrails. I don't have an air, that's the problem. Swollen entrails sprouting from the corpse's belly, but it is to no avail. The putrid stench of decay slowly finds its way to my lungs, making me gag. I really hope I don't get sick. This could have been a really dumb idea. Something then tears open, and a stream of viscous yellowish ichor spills all over the operating table. What was that? Maybe Natfresh can help me. 54% chance that I gain lifestyle experience. 45% chance that he's appalled by my experiment and hates me even more. I think that's too big of a risk. I gain this trait, Sepulchral Defiler, for 10 years. Okay. I think it's time to back out. Either way, I gain 50 lifestyle experience, but I can look for more bodies. I think that will probably give me more opportunities here. I think this is enough for now. I'm going to take the 50 piety and the 50 learning lifestyle and just be like, all right, I don't have enough piety or goodwill to burn through to keep doing this right now. At a later point in my life, I'll be up for it. Sepulchral Defiler. Is it Sepulchral? Defiler sounds dope as fuck. Alright. And I just realized I keep not pausing the game. So... And I am now making a little more money than I was before. Available perks. You can unlock a new lifestyle perk. Let's see. Can I change my paths yet? Can you change the lifestyle at any time? Let's see. I'm gonna look that up. And CK3. Change lifestyle. Focus. Once every 5 years I can change it. Okay. Yeah, okay, now as soon as I found it, Brad's also like just remembers that that's the case. Alright, that's fine. So I got one perk I can unlock, and I have only one choice that I can choose. Well, I guess I could start another tree, but I'm so far down this tree. I'm thinking I just take it. What does the trait whole of the body do? Alright, well wait, scientific. Cultural fascination. I wish I could tell what the perk does before I select it. But the thing is, I seem to be encountering a lot of problems where I'm... Cultural differences are like a strain on certain like relationships between, like with me and my wife, for example. I'm going to give it a shot, see what it does. Well, here it is, cultural fascination. Each culture is always fascinated by a specific innovation, which greatly increases the speed of discovery at a rate depending on the learning of the current culture head. Culture head can change the culture of fascination freely. Okay, so this seems like it's something else. It doesn't seem like this is going to help me get along with my wife better. Open-minded. But this one would. The different culture opinion. All right. This is what I may be open for. I need to go for open-minded. So, hey, and I can learn languages too. Your wards can get additional skills and become your friends. Okay, shit. Healthy is good, but I think we need... I will probably want to unlock a couple of these and then come back over here and finish out that tree. Alright, and I have one unread message. Oh, do I have 3 knights now? Who are my knights? I only paid for one. Okay. Alright, so this fucker that hates me and has terrible prowess skill is a knight. And that this other guy that hates me, who has a terrible prowess skill, also a knight. No, you cannot be a knight, dude. You suck. You suck. Sorry, I know you're probably gonna hate me more now. Do they hate me because I unknighted them? Oh no, apparently not. Maybe he'll hate me more in a minute when he realizes it hasn't kicked in yet that I just took away his knighthood. Look, you guys got to ask me if you're going to be a knight. All right? Okay, my powerful vassal expects a council position. Alright, so this could be a problem, but... Well, so the only thing he's marginally good at... He'd be a better spy master than what I've got. But he'd still fucking hate me. And you don't want a spy master that hates you. He'd still have like a negative 27 opinion of him. He's actually reasonably decent as a steward. He's on par skill-wise with my current steward. Let's see who this guy is. Is he powerful? If I piss him off, has he got any ability to make me pay for it? I don't think so. Alright. So he's going to hate me, but he's going to be someone that can't do anything about it. Alright, so I think we're going to make him my new steward. Even though his skill is not great. How old is he? 43? That was like... Maybe if he was old, he could die soon. But, alright. This is the guy, right? Yeah. Grant titles. Murder, dismiss. No, I don't want to kick him out of the court. Appoint a steward. Okay. Here it is. Earl Merchant of Carterthur. That's our guy. Right? Yeah. Alright, here you go, buddy. You're on the council. And you're still gonna hate me. Yeah, the other guy, he's gonna lose 20 opinion of me because I fired him. But he doesn't have armies. So, the guy who's just as good at you, he's just as good at the job as you would be, but has armies, and may use them against me if I don't make him happy, he's the guy that gets the job. Sorry, nobody with no armies. You're fired. I have forgotten almost everything about this game, Brad. Yes, that is accurate. Historically speaking, I'm not in the practice of streaming a game that's super complex that I don't know or remember anything about. So this was really rough, Brad. But I felt like doing it, so I did it. And I also wanted to please you. I don't know if it worked out that way, but I was like, hey, it's Thursday night, and I feel like playing Crusader games. You play my high-stress lifestyle? Well, that could have to do with it. All that Beat Saber. Wait, who can I declare war on now? This guy? So my other Earl... Wait, he's starting to like me better. Is that the guy? No, Earl... Because of Earl Ragnvald II. Is that him? Earl Ragnvald II. So we can go to war on this guy based on this guy's claim. But then once he has this, do I have authority over it? I don't know that that's the case. Ideally, we want to be going to war against people that I got a claim on. Let's see. I have 3 titles. Diplomacy. Let's look at this guy. He's got... Okay, so claim is here. Yeah, that's not... If I go to war and give this to this guy, I don't know if I'll have the authority to, like, make him give me this shit. Because this is not part of the thing that I own. So, do you know, Brad? Do you remember how that works? If my vassal gets land somewhere else that are not part of my, like, the duchy or whatever this is that I own, does this become, like, he's still my vassal in Leinster too? Or is he just my vassal in Ormond, and over here it's like, yeah, that's my separate thing that I own all on my own. You fuck off. You're not getting any taxes from that. There do seem to be... Just checking to see if anyone else has claims on it. The Earl there is 73. He is quite old. Okay, and the one person with the claim, one of these people that has the claim stands to inherit. His primary heir is this dude in Dublin. What does this guy have? He has 1 title. He is the Earl of Dublin. And he has a claim to this. So, yeah, I think that is the main question that I'm not sure about, is because I personally don't have, my dynasty doesn't have a claim to this. If I go to war and get it for this guy, is it going to be, is he going to be my vassal with respect to this land as well? I do not know. Well, yeah, I'm sure his heir will try to take it because he does have a claim to it. The question is, does the heir have the power to do so? I'm not entirely convinced that he does. 719 troops. I've got 1,000, over 1,000. He's not in a great position to challenge me if I do. Now, if I wait, and Mr. I'm not dead yet, Earl Diarmark MacDonchad, when he dies, this guy's, his son's going to take over both of these. And then he's going to be formidable. So, there's an incentive that if we're going to do it, we should do it now. While these are 2 separate things. I wonder if they're considered allies. Because it's his son. I wish it were more clear identifying political alliances. People that have an agreement to go to war when you ask them to. Seems like it's real loosey-goosey in this game in terms of identifying when that is the case. Rally point. that you think it's very much clear, but I'm not looking at the right place. It would be very helpful if I knew where the right place was. When you're on the declare war screen, that's when you can see it. What is all this stuff? See, there's all these lines coming off of him here. What are those lines? There's a million titles. It talks about, oh, he is allied to Prince Robert. Okay, is that... It's the first time I've seen this appear in the diplomacy thing. So maybe... Robert. So that's his only alliance. This guy has fuck all alliances. Okay, so I think that was a confusion. The reason I wasn't able to locate alliances is because there haven't been any. Which was the other thing I was wondering, is like, could it just be that they haven't formed any yet? Which seemed like something like England should have had one when the game started, I would have assumed. And so I think we found it. All right. Holy shit, it's after 11. All right, you guys. I should probably think of wrapping up, but this is one of those games right now where, like, I could absent-mindedly play this till 3 in the morning. Like, sifting through all this information is actually kind of like, I'm into it, and I'm having a lot of fun just looking at all this stuff. If you capture monsters, can you use them? Of course, Matus. Don't you remember that's how it worked historically? That's how it worked. I'm going to have him sail out and get this flying seahorse monster. And then come over here and get this blowfish monster. And then we will ride them into battle. And that's, you know... I believe the Norman invasion, that the giant sea monsters played a big role in that, in the armies. Yeah, I mean, the difference between... It has the one more turn draw, even though this is a real-time strategy and there are no turns. But there's always, like, they're always giving you that one more thing, that one more, like, oh, now I can do this. I am going to need to figure out how that works dynamically, because if I attack this under the claim of one of my vassals, I know for sure that the reason he's my vassal is because I have a political claim on all three of, or I have a political claim on all 4 of these counties, because I have a title that gives me power over all of these, which means that as long as I have that title, and the people under these are my vassals, or the people, yeah, these people under me who are my vassals. Now he could, as my vassal, if he gets this, he may just be like, it's because he's my vassal, I get this too. But that's my hesitation, is because this is not part of this thing that gives me jurisdiction, whether or not, like, it's going to be a thing. Yeah, power of attorney sounds impressive. It's not impressive. But yeah, you know. No, it's not power of attorney. And even as an attorney, I do not have power of attorney over anyone. But, alright. It's time to get the FF. Let's do a save. Let's do a Hawk new main. Do an overwrite. But yeah, I think I'm officially back into this game again now. You have appointed G-Law as the executor of your will. I think being an executor just sounds like a raw deal, because being an executor doesn't mean you're going to get anything. It just means you're responsible. It just sounds like it's like a job, not a privilege. So I will, I'll make sure that, like, your cats go to the right people. And so on. You put a little surprise in there just for you. Okay. Appreciate that, Brad. Oh, game rules. All right. I'm just like, there's all sorts of all stuff I'm looking at going, oh, I should look at that. Ooh, what's that? All right. So I'm going to exit the desktop. Yeah. Here we are again. Executing wills shouldn't be all work and no play. Maybe you could draft your will in the form of an RPG Maker game. I'd be like, oh, I'm gonna gain experience. Oh, Brad's favorite mattress goes to his cousin. All right. All right, time to beat the dungeon boss. I don't know how that would work. So, Brad, what honest opinion? Do you actually like watching me stream Crusader Kings 3? Because you're like the main person who might appreciate that. I don't know, did anyone else actually? Now, granted, I spent a lot of times not knowing what the fuck I was doing, but theoretically, if I'm still like playing this game, is this something people would want to see streamed, or should this be a game that I play offline and then like I stream Hitman next week instead, whatever. Okay, so you like it once I'm not just rereading my traits over and over again. All right, you liked watching it. Well, that's the thing. And I remember when I streamed it before, I felt like it was mildly entertaining. And it's because the last time I streamed it, I had been playing it offline. And the Dynasty was filled with people from the chat. And I had all these kids with all these crazy personalities and these crazy relationships and shit. And there's all this stuff. And I remember that was a lot of fun sharing that with you guys. Yeah. No, it's fun. This may be like I'm not definitively done with Midnight Suns. I've still been playing it, but I'm really like I'm just burned on it. I'm officially in, I think, part 3 of the story. Nick, do you remember how many parts there were in Midnight Suns? Is it like 5 acts? Am I only 40% of the way through the game? For God's sake, I like it, but fuck, it's got to end, man. Is 3 the final act? All right, that's encouraging if that's the case. If I know it's going to end eventually, I'll keep playing it, but I feel like it's never going to end. The thing is, whenever I play it, I still kind of enjoy it. I still like the characters. I'm still enjoying it, but then when I'm done playing, I think, fuck, I want to play something else. Okay, it's 3 chapters. All right. Well, that's good to know. That's good to know that I've just entered the final chapter. So, and I did the first mission with Storm, where I recruited Storm. But, but yeah, Crusader Kings. The DLCs make chapter 1 seem much. That's true. That I did. Was that 2 or 3 DLCs that were already out? I did a shit ton of DLC storylines too, and all that. So that probably stretched things out. So, yeah, I'm having a little bit of gaming ADD right now because there's not much time left in the month, and I also have that World of Warcraft has that free 7 days, and I bought the expansions for World of Warcraft. So it's like there's a part of me that sort of wants to play World of Warcraft, but it's not like in the past when I decide I want to play World of Warcraft, I'm like, oh man, I got the itch. I want to play WoW. I don't feel like that. So I'm feeling like, I don't know. It's not a bad thing though, because I go through phases where I'm kind of indifferent to a lot of games. And I'm kind of like, I don't know, nothing sounds good. I'm not sure what I want to play. And then usually I find something that scratches oh yeah, now I'm into this. But right now the problem is there's too many different games that I'm kind of interested in playing. So it's not a bad problem to have. All right, Mine69. It's good seeing you again, man. Seeing you again. Have a good night. Retail is ass. Well, I kind of, but I do want to experience the new content from the last couple expansions, because regardless of how we feel about it compared to what WoW used to be, it does seem like, honestly, it looks to me like there is some fun to be had in the new content that they have created. And the way that I experience WoW content too is a lot like the problems that people have with the way World of Warcraft is. I won't experience, because I don't do a bunch of end game stuff, right? I just get through I take forever to just get through like the leveling content, and I enjoy that process, and then I stop playing more or less. So you played WoW when it released for about 4 months, and then you left and never went back boring quickly. You're talking about back in 2004? I mean, a lot's changed since then. I mean, arguably, I think the people who like WoW felt like it got better, 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 and then like it declined. And opinions differ as to when that took place. A lot of people seem to think that Wrath of the Lich King was the pinnacle. But it seems to me like almost every time an expansion comes out, everybody is pissing themselves loving it, and then 6 months later, everyone's shitting all over it. So there seems to be a consistent pattern with like the public's reception of each expansion. It seems like every single time, hey, it's fucking great, and then 6 months later, all you're hearing about is how much everyone hates it. So I'm like, okay, that's why I say stuff like, it probably is for the people that get to the end game and do the grind. That's where they start encountering this stuff. They're all doing raids and doing all that shit. They're doing all the dailies, the end game grind. That's where the people are finding stuff in WoW that they don't like it anymore. I've never really been into end game grind. Although I did do some daily grinding in Warlords of Draenor, because we just kind of got into that. I wanted to get the achievement to unlock the flying mount. And Mrs. Gila and I both got... It was the only time we ever did this, where we were locking in every day to do our dailies. And we did that for... basically until we unlocked it. I think we were doing that for a few weeks. And I actually did kind of have fun doing that, because I could feel like I was progressing towards something. But it's the sort of thing where I don't think I could, as a gamer, do that like all the time. It was something I did. I was like, oh, that's interesting to do that kind of grind, but it was also very just grindy, you know. Legion was the second peak, really, or was likely the second peak. Wrath of the Lich King was the best that it was. So, like, I remember Warlords came out, and everyone's shitting themselves, like, oh, it's so great, and they add new things, and garrisons are fucking awesome. And then 6 months later, a year, garrisons fucking suck shit. Warlords of Draenor sucks my ass. It's like, okay, dude, what happened, everyone? What happened? Why did everybody love it so much, and now you're shitting all over it? It seems like every expansion they do that. So did Legion stay popular? They didn't get to a point a year after Legion released where everyone was like, Legion's the fucking shittiest thing that Blizzard ever done. They ruined WoW with Legion. You have one of the big fancy collector's editions WoW game. I went to the midnight launch of Wrath of the Lich King, and so I got like the collector's edition of Wrath of the Lich King. That was kind of fun because, you know, I lived in LA at the time, and the launch was at a Fry's Electronics, and they had like devs there. There was a line a quarter of a mile long of people to get in, and I'd sort of never experienced anything like that. Like, it's just a bunch of strangers sitting in line, totally hyped to play World of Warcraft's new expansion. And there's like this real camaraderie too. Like, of course, my wife at the time she wasn't going to stay there with me, but I remember I was in law school, and I think I didn't have classes the next morning. Can't remember, but I know that Mrs. G-Law dropped me off. And then I got in line with a bunch of strangers. And we were in line together for like 4 or 5 hours. And by the time we got in to get our game, like, we all knew each other. We'd all been talking. We'd all been like super high. Everyone's super like building up the hype. It was a fun experience. Rip Fries. They gone? I didn't realize that they were gone. I realized that the day of the big stores are pretty much over, but... Warlords of Draenor was fun. You played because of the movie? Was the movie based on that expansion? The World of Warcraft movie? I think I didn't pick up on that. You don't remember much Legion hate. Every expansion seems to get expansion fatigue. Yeah, it just always seems to me that... I know it seems like over and over again, expansion comes out, everyone loves it, and all the new things that it's doing, and all the things that like, oh, this is really cool. And objectively, I can agree. Like, I remember, it seems like every time a new expansion comes out, they do a lot of new cool ideas and mechanics and new things in the expansions. That later everyone's like, shits on, you know? Playing Wrath Classic is a great mix of difficulty. I remember really, really liking Wrath of the Lich King when it was new. Best Buy keeps hanging on. So Fry's is completely gone. Okay. I liked Fry's Electronics. I mean, I liked Best Buy too, but I think I liked Fry's better. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I used to go to both, but essentially with the advent of Steam and online retailers for PC, I essentially stopped going. Because it used to be like a Fry's or Best Buy was every time I got a paycheck, I would go to go to one of those places and just check or be constantly checking their weekly sales, all this stuff. Always look, oh, what's going on? What's a Fry's? What's a Best Buy? And because you bought the boxes, you bought the discs. That's how you got games. And then once that stopped being a thing, like there's a certain point at which I remember when Steam first they started selling games digitally, I was very wary of it, and I wasn't sure it was a good idea, if I trusted it or if I thought it was a good idea. And then flash forward 2 to 3 years later, and I never wanted to buy another physical game again. It's like, what a pain in the ass. Having a disc, you have to install it from a disc, and you have to put the disc in when you play it. What a pain in the ass. That Fry's is way better than Best Buy. Yeah, no, Fry's was good too, yeah. I think, especially for if you're into PC gaming, Fry's was a much better store, right? Every time you bought something from Best Buy, it turned out to be a lemon. I never had a problem with Best Buy either, honestly. I don't know if it's different by region, but I bought a couple computers from Best Buy. I bought a ton of stuff from Best Buy over the years. I never had a problem with any of it. My experience with Best Buy was pretty positive. It's just like Brad said, like the PC parts and stuff like that. Like if you're an enthusiast for PC, it seemed like Fry's was the better place for you to go. You prefer movies on physical media, but games as digital? And we kept having problems with and I think this might have been a function of living in LA. We should probably just get a new disc player, but LA is a very dirty, dusty city. And then also when we lived in LA, we were constantly fighting against cockroach infestations because our apartment was right on the bottom floor, right at the back of the building, where outside of our window were the dumpsters for the whole building. And it was an old building and the windows didn't have perfect seals. So shit could just get in. So we were constantly fighting cockroaches, and they used to get into stuff. They'd get into the appliances. So that's my theory, is that we kept getting disc players that would just not be able to read discs after a little while. Not very long at all. They just stopped being able to read discs. And I think it's a combination of the LA's air is just generally dirtier. And so that like the shit inside would stop being able to read. That could be part of it. And then also I know for a fact that those fucking bugs would get into all of our electronics. At least all the stuff that we had on that side of the apartment, and that's where our TV and all that shit was. It was right by that window overlooking the dumpsters. Well, I didn't smoke inside though. So, I mean, when I vaped, I used to vape inside. But that was, at that point, we were already, our disc player, we'd already given up on our disc players, for the most part. Palmetto bugs, which people call roaches. You don't really get into electronics. And for us to get into they would get into anything they could, like, just shelter in. Like, I don't think they went into the electronics to eat it or anything. It was just like, they were just places where they could go, hide, and multiply. Yeah. I was too messed up to know. Honestly, that's one of those things, like, since we moved to Oregon, that we're like, oh my God, I can't believe, like, all the bugs that we used to have to deal with in LA. We went through a couple years where we had, like, problems with bed bugs. It was fucking awful. Bed bugs are the fucking worst. I don't know if any of you guys have ever dealt with those, but, like, I would live on a cockroach farm and invite them into my... In fact, at one point I was almost like, hey, maybe the roaches will fucking eat all the bed bugs. Maybe just let them come in. Stop fighting them. But yeah, insectually speaking, there were some terrible times in LA when we lived there that we just haven't had to deal with at all in Oregon. And when I look back at the way it was sometimes there, it's like, shit, our lives so much better now. Like, we just learned to live with the fact that there were just going to be, no matter what we did, we'd end up dealing with roaches in our apartment. Well, I lived in LA for a lot of years in a lot of different places, and part of it was specifically this place and where it was. And I actually really, for other reasons, I really liked the building that we lived in. And I liked my neighbors, and I liked the management, and I liked everything else. But like, and I liked it was rent controlled because it was an old building. So there were probably, by the time we really started having problems with the bugs, we couldn't have afforded to move into a place of that same size if we left. So there were some reasons why we felt kind of locked into where we were, because we could no longer, the housing market essentially outpriced our ability to pay for it. So we just kind of learned to live with a lot of bullshit. And it's like, it's sort of like, if that's just something you got to deal with, it was, God, there's some times that I remember, like, because of the bugs, the bed bugs, they were the worst. That's some horrible stories about that shit, like dealing with that shit. Beautiful city. Yeah. Well, I think any big city can end up dealing with that shit. But I think in this particular building that I had, being old and not sealed well and being right by the dumpsters, that was a thing. I don't think they ever bit my wiener. No, that wasn't the thing. But there was a point at which, like, they had infested, like, the bed and the couches, to the point where it's like you really couldn't sleep on them anymore without getting bitten. And it was a rite of passage along the low. Maybe they were doing it and I just didn't feel it, but I have a feeling I would have felt it. The bed bugs tend to focus their attacks on your extremities for the most part. I mean, you can get bit anywhere really, but they're real clumsy, folly downy insects that aren't good at navigating or getting all over you. So they just sort of usually just get like where your arms meet. It's mostly like where your soft skin is resting against the bed surface. They're going to bite you right along there, wherever your arm is laying. Where did all the bites on my dick that you saw? How did you know about those, dudes? But yeah, it was real bad. So like at one point,
this is probably the thing that I'll always remember, like, that I can't believe that I lived like this for probably a couple of months. Because there are ways of, like, you by isolating furniture, like you wrap furniture up for a year and they'll die in the bags and then you can get it back out again. We're always trying different ways to get rid of them. And eventually we did get rid of them. But it took like a year to get rid of them. Yeah, it was ladybugs. They bite my pee-pee. Now, there was a point at which the way that I was able to get sleep without getting bitten was we bought contractor trash bags. Those really thick contractor bags, like giant thick trash bags, and wrapped up the couch cushions in them and duct taped the shit out of them. And then we had a table, and I think I taped around the four legs of the table. I did the duct tape backwards so that the sticky side was facing out, so that if the bugs tried to crawl up on the table, they would get stuck on the tape. And then I use a shit ton of duct tape, and it was like a big coffee table. So it's about 2.5 feet off the ground, but the table is like 5 by 6 feet, or 5 by 5 feet. It's a big table. Not quite big, but I laid out the couch cushions like next to each other, all along the table, duct taped the hell out of them together, and then threw a fitted sheet around the taped together compact like trash bag contained, and there were bed bugs all in those cushions, but we had them contained inside this contractor bag, super sealed. And so I taped those together to be a mattress, and then I would put the fitted sheet on top of those things and sleep on the table, on the couch cushions in trash bags taped together. That was like, and if I got just the right position, it was super comfortable. But that was the thing that would happen, is I would wake up in the middle of the night and I would have shifted and pushed the cushions apart so that I'd basically be laying essentially on the table between the cushions underneath me. And so sometimes at 2 or 3 in the morning, I had to get up and retape the trash bag covered. I mean, it's just like, I can't believe I'm telling you guys this, because it's embarrassing, but it's so far behind me now that it's like, I can sort of look at it now as like, holy fuck. This was my life for a couple of months when we couldn't find any other way to sleep without getting fucking like eaten alive. That was fucking awful. But so, yeah, now you guys know about that. That was before you guys ever knew me when that happened. But it was at the same place where I lived when you guys met me. But yeah, the whole thing, sleeping on the table with the cushions, that was before you guys knew me. It was fucking terrible. Yeah, no, it was awful. You hope the bedbugs find you in Crusader Kings? That's nice. Well, I mean, as long as they're not biting me in real life, I don't give a crap. If it's an event in a game, like the pox, it's like, fine, let the bedbugs ravage the country. But yeah, bedbugs are awful. Like, it's not like you can fumigate for them. It's not like there's just no real easy way to get rid of them. All this stuff, you can't like use like a roach bomb and kill them. They won't die. They'll still be there. And, yeah, they're fucking awful to get, like, it's just like the way that their habits are, like when they're active and when they hide, like you can't get rid of them. So honestly, what we did was, well, first off, it's just things like we knew other people who'd gotten them, not in our building. I don't know how we picked them up, but we knew other people who'd had them. And we would just hear things like, they said they drowned their house in rubbing alcohol. And so, we had them in a couple of waves. And so there were times where we just like, shit, we would go to like Costco and just get
cases of bottles of rubbing alcohol, and just spend time like completely drenching all of the couches, every surface of the couch, every seam, until the couch was just completely drenched. And then, and I think that was one of the times where it seemed like we did that over every surface we could think of in the house, every bed, every couch cushion. And then it seemed like they were gone for a little while. But the thing is, if just one of those fuckers, and they'll hide in the weirdest places. Like they'll hide in a seam in your bookshelf. And then there's like a 6-foot range that they're close enough that they can sense you breathing when you're sleeping, and they'll come out at 2 a.m. and come bite you and then go back. And then have babies. Well, I don't know if leather versus cloth made it worse, because we had cloth furniture, period, full stop. So I know with leather though, they could still, all the little weird seams and locations where they go, that they would still be able to find the spots where they harbor. That wouldn't have made a difference. The only thing that would have made a difference is, like I mentioned, they're terrible navigators. And so different materials, they'd have a harder time traversing. But they're persistent little fuckers. Like if they're there, they would still get to you. Yeah, that was just awful. And the last year that we lived there, this is again another thing I didn't bring up. We saw more in our apartment again. And it didn't get quite to that point. But when we moved out of there, we literally we threw out so much stuff because we just didn't want to take the risk that we were going to bring any to Oregon with us. So, like the couch we had, we destroyed the couch. We actually the maintenance in our building would kind of do that. Like if you had furniture that had been infested, that maybe they wouldn't do it for anyone, but they did it for us. They came in with hammers and they destroyed our couch and took it away. Because it was a big couch. It was like an L couch. It was huge. And so they broke it apart and threw it away. And as they were taking it apart, you're seeing even in the wood inside the couch would split and a bed bug would fall out. There were weird fucking places where these guys would just embed themselves that you would never, no matter how much alcohol you poured on the couch, you would never have gotten those for, whatever. Well, yeah, we ended up throwing the couch out. When we moved, we threw out most of our furniture. And then a lot of stuff, like most of our books. There was a point in which we would do stuff like there was a special room in the basement that the building management let us use to isolate stuff. So we went through a period where we ran stuff. We cleaned our laundry, ran it through the hot heat settings, which we knew would kill them. And then we wrapped them up in contractor bags and put them in isolation. So we had a whole room in the basement that thankfully the management were working with us, that they let us use where we could store stuff that we knew was safe so it wouldn't get reinfected by our fucking bugs. So by the time we moved, we threw out a shit ton of stuff, effectively threw out all of our furniture. And then the furniture that we did keep were we kept our IKEA shelves, but we literally, when we moved, disassembled the IKEA shelves down to the planks and wiped down and poured alcohol over everything. And there were things that I was taking apart where I didn't even know there were bugs in it. And we'd be taking them apart and a bed bugs would fall out. So it's okay, whatever. So yeah, when we came here, we did a lot of our stuff we did bring with us because there was a lot of furniture that weren't around where people's bodies were, like our entertainment center and TV and all that stuff. Because the bed bugs aren't going to range more than 6 feet away from you. So they're from where you sleep or where you spend your time. So it's not they're not like ants where they get everywhere. They just, wherever you spend your time, there's a 6 foot orb around you where they will settle in the weirdest, most subtlest, most impossible to find nooks and crannies and just be completely undetectable all day long, and then at 2 a.m, they wake up, they come out, they nibble, and then they disappear again. They're fucking terrible. They're not in big numbers though. Like, you're not gonna see a thing where like 50 bedbug corpses fall out of a thing. At least not that I saw. Like, they had numbers, but not numbers the way that like an ant would have numbers. But yeah, that was a big part of when we moved, was just like getting rid of, making sure that the stuff that we moved, a lot of it went into this isolation process, and essentially throwing out everything that we weren't sure about. And that included like stuff that maybe otherwise might have been good candidates for donations. We wouldn't donate. We just take it straight to the fucking dumpster, because we didn't want to be like, hey, look, why don't you guys have this neat, nifty thing? We can give it to Goodwill and then someone can enjoy it later. It's like, no, we don't want them enjoying that, because it's fucking, they'll probably end up just getting bed bugs. Yeah, it was fucking awful. Like, probably the worst thing. Like, that was one of the worst things ever. But yeah, terrible stuff. Yeah, well, I don't know how well spiders would have defended it once stuff like this gets a foothold. Because there literally was a point where I was like, hey, well, the weather's starting to heat up and the cockroaches are getting active again. And maybe the cockroaches will eat the things. But the thing is, like, the cockroaches aren't gonna go to the places where the bed bugs are, because cockroaches are not there to eat you. And so the bed bugs hang around where you're gonna sleep, because you are their diet, right? The bed bugs will do that. The cockroaches won't. The cockroaches, they're gonna be hiding. Their objective is to stay away from you and like eat all your shit, but stay away from you. So yeah, they have different, the areas where they settle are not the same spots, right? But goddamn, that was terrible. Yeah, if I ever like looked and saw a bed bug again, I would, like, if I just looked over on my wall right now and I saw one crawling up the wall, I don't know what, I would lose my fucking mind. Like, that's like probably right now, like, that's my worst fear, is ever having to deal with them again. Well, honestly, no, never. I'll take it back. There's definitely worse things that you could have in life, you know, like cancer, or, you know, whatever. So whatever. But in terms of bugs, fucking terrible. It was the worst thing ever. Yeah, and I used to get all paranoid and, you know, like, oh, did I feel something? And then you'd look and be like, oh no. So it was always hard to gauge too whether you had them, because there was, between having them, there was like 3 or 4 years where we got rid of them and then we didn't see any for a long time, and then we started getting them again. I wonder if it was from that. I almost wonder if it was if I got it from working at the front desk, because different people worked, you know, after I got out of law school, I did my work from home stuff, and for a while I was also working at the front desk of that apartment building, because they would let me do my medical legal review at the front desks. So I'd be earning money and getting rent credit at the same time. It was kind of a cool gig in that respect. But yeah, it was that in 2018, I went back because my work had slowed down. So I went back and started working the front desk again. And that's when we started noticing more bed bugs. So I think they might have been at the front desk, and the people that worked up there might have just been constantly like getting them and passing them to each other. Just a theory. I don't know for sure if that's true, but yeah. So there was about 3 or 4 years where we didn't have them at all. But that whole 3 or 4 years, every time I felt an itch or the slightest thing, I'd be like, I'd think I had them. But yeah, just hope none of you guys ever get it. Because I don't honestly even know how you get rid of them. after having out, I know how we did get rid of them once, but it was just like, it was a stab in the dark that could have not worked. You know, it wasn't like, oh, just do this and they'll be gone. And I think we went through several attempts of doing that soaking. And I want to say at one point, we set up the couches away from us and we stood them up on their ends and put them in a corner of the apartment where we didn't spend any time. And literally just didn't use the couches for a year. That might have been one of the times that we got rid of them. Like, just weird shit. So it's like, that's for a year, no one can come to our house because then it'll be like, we don't want to give them bed. Hey, you guys, hey, how come you don't ever have us over for dinner? It's like, well, not coming to our place. It's like, it's like inviting someone into a cursed home where there's like you live in like The Ring or some shit, or The Grudge, you know, whatever. It's like, nope, don't come to my house. It's nothing personal. But I don't want to be responsible for ruining your life because you wanted to come over here and like watch a movie with us. I did work for Terminex for about a year. A long time ago. Before I went to law school. Yeah. No, that was the thing too I was always worried about too, was like we would go spend weekends at my dad's house and we would have to be so fucking paranoid to try to like go through all these isolation things with our clothes and just be like, to make sure that the clothes that we were going to bring were completely sealed from anything else in the apartment, and that the clothes that we put on before we left for the day were literally like, okay, they're in like a clean bag, a sealed bag straight from the dryer that nothing could have gotten into, and we're getting out of the shower and into those clothes, not sitting on any furniture, not doing anything and not spending any time in the apartment, and going straight out to like go to my dad's house or whoever we were going to go visiting, to make absolutely sure that we were not going to give them what we had, like carry something that we had over to their house and make it their problem. You need to remember that excuse to keep people away from you. Yeah, you just be like, oh, I got bed bugs. Look it up. Don't come over to my house. No one can come to my house. I can't go to your house either. I don't want to give you the bed bugs. But now, goddamn it, it's midnight now. Son of a bitch. That'll be the new topic. It's the Silmarillion, board games, and bed bugs. Yeah, that's the sort of thing where I think up until now it was too much of an issue, an on-off issue that I dealt with, to feel comfortable bringing it up before. And it's only now that it's definitively like 4 or 5 years behind me, and it's like that chapter is done from my life, and I now have a life that like that's not part. It's not any, you know. Things are so much better now. Oh my god, I can't. Things are so much better now than they were here than they were there. I don't know how I got onto it either, honestly. Oh, it was because we were talking about physical media. And I was talking about how all of everything in our home that had a disc player would stop working. And that brought in the discussion of like the cockroaches getting into all of our appliances and ruining our shit. So that's how we got started on that. Now I'm all itching. Like, the thing is, this is never where I would have gotten bitten though. It would always be like here and here, like right in these areas is where, like right on the hand, like the soft skin along these areas were always where I'd get bit. And then sometimes randomly in other places, legs, whatever. But Best Buy, bed bugs, bears, Battlestar Galactica. Now to your soup fridge. I'm sorry if I now like I've got people all over the country and in China maybe even. You're like, shit. Talking to me, I got fed bugs too. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna need to end the stream. Got to rip it off like a band-aid, you guys. Because honestly, I've got enough energy that I could probably just keep talking. I'm not ending the stream because I'm tired or that I want to. I'm ending it because, well, it's precisely because I'm not tired and I need to calm the fuck down. So I'm just gonna rip it off like a band-aid. It's gonna be okay, EV23. Don't you cry. I'll sing you a song. Go to sleep and good night. Your eyes are getting so heavy. Go to sleep now. Brad Pritchard, EV23, J Maxi, Nick C, Matus, go to sleep. I'll be waiting for you in your dreams. Yeah, that'll do it.